All right, we are live. Last week I had an event at work and we were not able to get that rescheduled. So we're back after a week break here on Reasoned Answers.
It's as good as waging war against Allah and His Messenger.
Got Mary here today, as is customary on Tuesdays, and this time we're going to be talking about the super duper secret sign found in the Quran. There's absolutely no symbolism going on in today's thumbnail. Very straightforward, exactly what you expect. If you look at the thumbnail, you already know all the answers. Okay. Maybe not, maybe not. Maybe you'll have to pay attention and find out what we're talking about. We do have the dog cam being set up right now. That's what Mary is doing. She just realized that wasn't set up, I guess, after I hit the go live. So let me just take a couple of these comments real quick before we get an introduction from her. Now, first of all, someone named Reason Answer said, let the record show that I am not late. However, your clock may tell you otherwise. I was in the chat at 6:58 and I left this message. That's all we're going to say about that. I think that I think that it's customary to blame it on the agnostics. So all the agnostics in the chat, it's your fault today. Sir Dr. Whitemeat said, just wanted to say thanks to all who had my grandmother in their prayers. She left to be with our Lord peacefully the day after. Thank you. So that would be the day after 2 weeks ago, I believe. Andrew commenting on today's subject said one of the hints, quoting Quran 71:23, and said, never leave your gods and never leave Wad or Suwa or Yaghuf or Ya'uk and Nasar. So we will get to that here in a second. One other comment from Andrew, Islam is like a box of donuts minus the dough, but plenty of holes and nuts. Couldn't have said better. Mary, want to introduce us to what we're going to be looking at here in Quran 71, Surah Noah.
All right, so this is one of the places where the Quran shows the closest knowledge of phrases from the Bible, like actual phrases rather than stories that are repeated Chinese whisper style or telephone style, depending on whether or not you're British or American. Um, so this is either the telephone game or the Chinese whispers game that usually occurs and accounts for the Quran's knowledge of uh, other scripture. But in this case, there appears to be, there's no other way to explain it except there's some exact word for word knowledge of certain things and absolutely no knowledge of other things.
Awesome, awesome. I did, in fact, remember to turn my computer on today, so we have that. And Kiro Darius said, how can I contact you? My email is listed in the video description. Fair warning, I'm not great about responding to things promptly, but that would be your best bet for trying to get in touch. He also said that Muhammad is in 2 Peter 2:1-3. So people can look that up and judge for themselves. Mark Fish says Mary's audio is a bit low.
Once again.
So testing.
How about now? Are we the same? We are testing, both testing. Let us know.
Looks, the volumes look very similar on my end, but I can certainly make a small adjustment if people are not experiencing the same, because it's a little hard to know what
Yep.
volume you're at.
All right. Ha.
All right, yes. So don't have any introductory video or anything. We want to just dive straight into the presentation, I think.
Yep. So this is about the Quran's knowledge of the unseen. And I say unseen because this is supposed to be things that Muhammad should have no knowledge of. Like the only explanation for him knowing what's in other scripture is supposed to be miraculous. And the spoiler right here is in this image of Noah's animals disembarking in this case, but this is a spoiler. And we will see what's going on here. So, this is Surah 81, which is often called the overthrowing, even though it actually means the wrapping up. And it's an apocalyptic early surah with no tradition that survives about the circumstances of revelation. People just go, well, it's a Meccan surah, and that's it. That's all we got. And for those that are confused, telephone game is what we call it in the United States. The exact same game is for some reason called Chinese whispers in Great Britain, I guess, because it's like, oh, it's Greek to me. You're picking a foreign language. It's very different. And over time, things get muddled and changed around. So for those who are confused by my saying Chinese whispers or telephone game, they're exactly the same game. They have two different names depending on where you are. So, this makes it likely that it was attached to Muhammad's early prophecies of imminent final judgment, the fact that there is no tradition about the circumstances of revelation. Because when Muhammad had more followers, we usually have clear ideas, and also when the surah has undergone fewer changes, honestly, we are more likely to have more context for when this happened, what caused this to happen. But this was probably Muhammad standing in warning. Like, oh, wrapped up one, stand and warn. Warn them of what? Warn them that the world is about to end any second now. And so this is the contents of the warning that Muhammad gave early on, that what we have left of it. We don't know whatever else is there.
And Talmudic Tunnels Construction says, how could Muhammad have known about the like button? Wow, and that's a good question. Be sure to hit that like button to prove the prophethood of Muhammad, who predicted the like button or something like that.
All right. So we're going to look heavily at the first 14 verses, most especially at the first 7. So once again, I have the end rhymes color coded and written out, so you can see kind of whenever uh, they break and whenever they are consistent, and when they change from one to another. This surah doesn't really do very much changing and doesn't have the the chunking that some of the others do. So it's not quite as useful with this one as with other ones. It just kind of falls off at places. And yet, this is still probably one of the most excellent literarily in terms of its Arabic and in terms of its poetic nature. It's one of the best of all of them. A lot of the variants are actually just shada. So to keep up this double letters in English, it's double letters, but like this elongation to keep up that pattern, some recitations just add some where they actually aren't. In the accepted in the accepted recitations, they'll add in extras. But that ought to make it a different word, so they really shouldn't be adding them in, but they do it anyway to like make it sound nicer. I think it's just as a poetic affectation. So,
Let the record show that
mhm.
Mary said that Surah 71 is some excellent literary, an excellent piece of literature, that she is beginning to fall in love with the beauty of the Quran. By reading it, she's being convinced that this could only come from a at least average intelligent human, I mean, from God Almighty.
Yeah, something like that. No, of all the surahs, this is the one of the few that like most of the early ones are just generally way more poetic, Muhammad's trying to have an elevated style of speech. He's trying to be sophisticated in his delivery and trying to be nuanced and all of this elegance that he's trying to put in it. And later on, he'll just like give this up and just start ranting. Later on in his prophethood, I guess he just gets tired of it, or he doesn't feel like he has to anymore, so he just doesn't do it anymore. And that itself is an issue because you'll find that in these early ones, there are a lot of words that, okay, even reading it in translation with a very, very literal translation, you can tell what's meant. And yet sometimes the exegetes, because they don't use, the Muhammad didn't use like the actual word to describe the thing, will just make up alternative interpretations that are totally goofy because he didn't say like the literal word for something, but use like a poetic reference. And it gets 50 times worse when Muhammad starts using things that words that are obscure or that he may have just made up on the spot. So people just don't know what some of these words are and don't know what they mean at all. And the ones they do, sometimes they come up with goofy explanations for them. So the parts that are attempting the highest level of sublimeness, excuse me, I cannot pronounce anything today because I'm tired, so we will go with sublimeness. But the ones that try the most elevated speech and the most elegance and the most poetic beauty often have lots of variants around these obscure words and lots of arguments about what even the meaning of these words are. So this you run into a problem that if this is the perfect speech of Allah and the proof of its perfection is in its excellence, why is it the parts that are the most excellent are the parts that are the least clear to a lot of people? If you have to have a compromise between excellence and clarity, then that would mean that this is a natural language phenomenon. You would expect that if a person is trying to be super poetic. You wouldn't expect this if a perfect God has written this from before all time, that this eternal word in perfection. You would expect that clarity and excellence would go together. It would be as perfectly clear as it is perfectly excellent, but that is never what happens. And that's probably part of the reason why Muhammad just gave up on this poetry stuff, because as he went on, people would come to him and like, well, what does this word mean? Even when it's pretty darn obvious what he's getting at. Like people were like, what does this mean? What does that mean? What does this mean? And he just got tired of it and just started using plain language and throw a rhyme at the end of the line. So, and again, this shows how intensely human this is, and not only human, but rooted to one particular person's trajectory and his own career. That he started here with certain arguments, with certain proofs of truth, and ended up in another place where those early arguments were not relevant. So,
So
and
two
I think
quick
that,
things
yep.
from the audience before we go on. Garrett said, I think the title is wrong. It should be Surah 81 examined. I don't know if this was intended as a joke, but I looked real quickly and I don't think it was intended as a joke. Surah 81
Yeah, it should
is a,
be 81. You have 71 for some reason.
I messaged you and said,
You
are you
did, and I
talking
didn't.
about
And whenever I click on it,
71 Noah?
yes, but whenever it was showing on the preview, I could see the little sign on Skype. But if you click on it and it pops up full screen, it breaks because it isn't. They won't show scheduled stuff in a small window, and so all I saw was Surah, and I didn't see the number. Sorry about that.
Okay,
So
well,
we got
you
to
just
retitle
told
it.
me it was about Noah and his animals, which Surah 71 is
Nope.
Noah.
Yeah. Yep.
So it's actually 81 apparently that
81.
we're talking
81.
about, which is, I was going to say, which is also apocalyptic. So it would be appropriate, but apparently it's 81. So there you go. I corrected the title. It is Surah 81 example. The old title has been abrogated and replaced by one equal to or better than it. So there you go.
Yeah, we
On
haven't gotten to the
that.
secret sign yet. It's coming in a moment. So,
Yep,
and
that
it will
was the
be.
other thing here from Nicodemus. What is the sign? A mole or something else?
Nope,
And I was
we're
gonna
gonna
say,
get to it.
you
It's
didn't
right
miss
here
anything. You
if
haven't.
you understand what's going on, but you have to realize what's going on. So, um, this also shows a high likelihood that this is being trying to imitate something specific in Syriac. because all of the verbs in this section are in the perfect tense, which is normally for completed actions, aka generally the past tense. It's the past tense in Arabic. In Syriac and in Hebrew, some prophetic things are put in the perfect as if they had already happened because they are essentially settled. Uh, a, it's a completed action, though it hasn't yet happened because it's so certain that it will happen. And this is a feature of Hebrew and in translation, the Syriac. And thank you very much to a Syriac speaker who gave me some language resources so I could even check with my own eyeballs the verb tenses of specific verses, that this was a feature of translations into Syriac. And you will find that in Isaiah 45 in the uh, in the early Syriac translations, you will find this future prophetic put into the past. And that's part of the passage between verses 3 to 6 that's frequently referenced in the Quran. So you'll see you'll see Isaiah 3 to 6, different pieces of it constantly being referenced in the Quran. And so this past tense feature is found in this particular passage. So, and that
So,
would have
yep.
been one of several features that of the Quran that helped to make it feel exotic. So that served to push the idea that it's divine. It's divine because it's exotic. It's this thing that
Mm-hmm,
is,
mm-hmm.
it has to be from God because this isn't regular Arabic. It's something different. It's something different because we never use our past tense in this way. And yet here I'm using a past tense for something that's going to happen in the future. And so it's along with, the things like Muhammad imitating Jewish and Christian chanting in his delivery of it rather than native Arabic poetry delivery. So,
So real quick here,
yep.
Genshin Impact said, this is Allah's punishment. He made you put the incorrect title.
Oh, definitely.
However, Thaddeus corrected and abrogated the title. Thus, Thaddeus is greater than Allah, has overcome his punishment. Thaddeus Hu Akbar.
Nice.
Each sends shivers up my spine.
Yeah.
Back to you.
I like that. It would just be U Akbar, but yeah. Yep. Thaddeus U Akbar. There we go. He is greater. Because remember, it doesn't mean Al Kabir, the greatest, it means greater. Greater than who? Greater than a lot, actually, is what is meant in the original pagan chants, which Islam borrowed. So, and I mentioned before that this is different pieces of this can be repeatedly traced to pre-existing texts, where you can say there is an original to the way this is phrased. The phrasing is coming from something that is biblical, and so again, this conscious copying of something is indicative, or is a feature that you find often in these very early surahs, but especially this one more than any other, and you do not find it in later ones. So we're going to examine in detail what's actually going on here. Now, the most obvious parallel is that it is paralleling the Olivet discourse. And the Olivet discourse is in the Synoptic Gospels, where Jesus is speaking to his disciples and telling him about both the end times and when these things will happen and when the temple will be destroyed. So he's saying all of these things. They ask him multiple questions and he's answering them all together in one speech. So we began with the Quran, and notice that it's not in the same order. And this indicates that it's not taken directly from the text, but there are tons of other things that show that it's not being taken from the text directly too. So the Quran begins. Oh, and let me go ahead and read the whole passage first, so that we can just kind of get this in our heads, what the Quran is saying. When the sun was wrapped up, and when the stars were flung down, and when the mountains were moved, and when the pregnant camels were neglected, and when the savage beasts were mustered, and when the seas were boiled, and when the souls were espoused in pairs, and when the buried one is asked for what sin she was killed, and when the pages were spread out, and when the sky was stripped off, and when the furnace was set blazing, and when the garden was brought near, then a soul knew what it brought. So all of these things will happen, and then every person, each soul will know what it has brought, like what's going to happen, like what their end is. So when the sun was wrapped up, and when the stars were uh, were flung down is the beginning. And I put this together because it's kind of one image. Now, this one I believe I'm taking from Matthew. Was it 24? Let me check. It's 21 in Luke, I think. Let's see. Matthew. I didn't write it down. 24. Yep. Okay. Matthew 24. Immediately after the tribulation of those days, the sun will be darkened and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from the sky and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Now, this is actually Jesus quoting the Old Testament, but we'll see that there's still more, that most of it appears to have closer parallels in the Olivet discourse than in that one verse that's being quoted here. And when the mountains are moved, it says, Jesus says, nations will rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom. There will be famines and earthquakes in various places. And when the pregnant camels were neglected. Now, that word pregnant camels is only one word. Now, in 19, it says, how miserable in those days, Jesus said, how miserable those days will be for pregnant and nursing mothers. The mother isn't in the Greek, it's the pregnant ones and nursing ones. So the mothers is added because it's implied.
Well, you see, this is the beauty of Arabic, that you have a single word to mean pregnant camel. No other language does this, therefore you know that Allah could only reveal the Quran in Arabic.
Because there's so many words for camel. Indeed. Like in English, you'd have to say bred heifer for a pregnant cow who is had not yet had her first. You have to use two words even for that. So there you go. But yeah, but these are each single words. So pregnant camel in parentheses, right? How miserable those days will be for pregnant and nursing ones. So notice that the Quran seems to take this reference to be about camels, because it doesn't specify what species is pregnant and nursing in the Greek, or would in the Syriac or any Syriac derive from this. You just wouldn't say it. You wouldn't need to. And when the savage beasts were mustered, and when the seas were boiled, and when the souls were espoused in pairs. Now, all three of these relate to events during Noah's ark. We will see how. And from the Olivet discourse, we have, as it was in the days of Noah, so it will be at the coming of the Son of Man. So we can see where the parallels are. Now, what would we expect if this is coming from being inspired by a hymn? I believe that there was a textual hymn that existed for these specific verses, 1 through 7, actually exclusive of 6. 6 is a completely Jewish edition, but 1 through 7, and that this hymn did not provide full details the way the Olivet discourse did, but it also brought in more apocalyptic language from other places, which ended up being placed into the Quran, because the Quran has some details that you find other places in the Bible, but not in the Olivet discourse. But it misses some really obvious context things that you would have if you had actual scripture or any kind of knowledge of it. So if you had a divine revelation of what is in the scripture, you would not misunderstand what is probably a very short, elusive, uh, metaphorical type of phrase. You could not understand it in context. Yet, the Quran, I will show you, will misunderstand. That's what you would expect if it's taking from a hymn. You would also expect clear, very detail level correspondence to verses in various places in the Bible. That these small details will be the same, but at places it will butcher the context, text, and the big picture. So,
So real quick, Snoopy says, I don't remember seeing camels in Matthew. I think you have indirectly showed the proof that Muhammad
exactly.
is a true prophet because he knew that this was about camels. No other person remembered that detail that had been corrupted and lost from the Bible. And
But
Andrew,
yeah,
related, how did pregnant camels come from pregnant and nursing mothers? Mary kind of explained that a bit.
because yeah,
Because it just
go
says pregnant ones in the Greek.
yeah, it
But we
just
don't
says
know how
pregnant
it
ones.
became an camel exactly. Mary
And
will explain.
because this was in a hymn and because it was disconnected, there are many apocalyptic hymns. I have not found the exact because we actually need several particular phrases in a hymn. There are tons of these apocalyptic hymns that were circulating around. They were a very, very common topic of the time. We can find them in the compendiums of all the surviving hymn writers. They all have these apocalyptic hymns that are quite similar, but we need to find one that has certain exact phrases for Muhammad to misunderstand. One of them is we need to have the phrase nursing ones. For Muhammad to go, that must be about camel or pregnant ones. For Muhammad to decide that it's about pregnant camels and not about women. Because in the context of Matthew, it's about people fleeing and things happening to people. It's clearly about people.
Mhm.
But in the context of the hymn, because it would be enormously condensed, you wouldn't be sure. And Muhammad made a guess, and he made a really wild guess that it's camels. So, and yes, that is exactly right. Muhammad does care more about camels than women, and that is why the misunderstanding happened. That is bluntly the truth. Muhammad
Mhm.
thinks that
Mhm.
camels are more valuable than women, thus he put camels in there. So
Can't argue with that logic. Seems to
now,
hold up with everything
yep,
else in Muhammad's life.
we'll look at all the different sources for these first two verses, because whenever Christ was speaking, he was referencing one thing, but those things that he was referencing also have cross references to essentially the same things. So, again, when the sun was wrapped up and when the stars were flung down. So, we're looking for a sun that's specifically wrapped up and stars that are flung down or fall down. Now, here in Matthew, you get something similar, but not anything that is exact parallel. The sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, and the stars will fall from the sky, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. So we have falling stars. We've got that, but we have extra details, and the sun is only darkened here. Now, in the Bible, this is usually understood as a literal, at least temporary darkness. But moving to the phrase powers of heaven pushes the verse into a poetic or metaphorical meaning of a divine spiritual movement. That is, not everything can have a physical meaning. Again, let's be clear. In this verse, not everything can be literal. Some of it is pretty much universally in the church taken as literal, but not all of it can be. It is not possible for the powers of heaven will be shaken to be a statement of literal action, of movement. Okay? Now, in the Quran, it is only literal. Again, cannot be only literal in the Bible. In Quran, only literal. Now, in the
That's because
Bible,
the
it's also
Bible is corrupt. It has taken
ha.
the literal and made it not literal.
Since Allah doesn't know that the Bible's corrupt, and since Muhammad never knew that the Bible's corrupt, that makes them a whole lot, the modern Muslims, enormously smarter than Allah or Muhammad, and more knowledgeable than
Well, I
both of
can't
them too.
deny that. I mean,
So,
I certainly can't deny that. That
all
seems to
right.
be true.
Now, in Joel 2, we have so here's some other things that are cross references activity. Now, in the Bible, whenever there are specific images, very often they are cross references to one another. Sometimes even words, single words, not always. You can do really weird things if you do always, but sometimes the way the Bible references other things that happen in the Bible is through referencing it by uh, b- by a phrase or by an image so that you know that these should be read together. All right, so in Joel 2, before them the earth quakes, the heavens tremble, the sun and moon grow dark, the stars lose their brightness. The Lord raises his voice in the presence of an army. Indeed, his camp is very large. For mighty are those who obey his commands. For the day of the Lord is very great and dreadful. Who can endure it? Now, it isn't really mentioned in here, but the idea of a big sound, a big noise, especially a big cry, is part of the uh, the Islamic last day, and you find it here in Joel cross-referenced with this. And I think that pretty much all the images of the last day that Muhammad didn't make up on his own, I think he got them all from just one hymn. So I think that the hymn may have had elements from Joel too, so that he got that piece of it. Isaiah 13, behold, the day of the Lord is coming, cruel with fire and burning anger, to make the earth a desolation and to destroy the sinners with it. For the stars of heaven and their constellations will not give their light. The rising sun will be darkened and the moon will not give its light. I will punish the world for its evil and the wicked for its iniquity. And I will end the haughtiness of the arrogant and lay low the pride of the ruthless. I will make man scarcer than pure gold and mankind rarer than the gold of Ophir. So if you guys can like, share, and if you haven't subscribed before, subscribe.
Hmm. Hmm.
All right. Now,
So I do have a serious comment for a change from Andrew. I think now's probably as good a time as any. Sun wrapped up is like hearts being
nope,
wrapped
it's a different
up
word.
and like face
So
darkened.
no, so the being wrapped up is like being folded up, balled up, essentially. Not enwrapped, but like I take this and I do this to it. That's what's meant. It is a word with a narrower reason or narrower meaning than just wrapping up. In fact, we could call it balled up, but that doesn't sound like poetic enough to put in a translation like that. So people generally call it wrapped up. And you'll see the exegetes actually talk about how it's like a what you do to a piece of clothing. All right, so what about this whole rolling up image? And that's why I have it rolling up here, because it's not just it gets dark, it's wrapped up. It's, it was unfolded, now it's folded up kind of thing, but without the neatness of it. It doesn't require
Hmm.
neatness, but it is
So
that kind of.
let me see if I can understand the image being painted here. Because, thinking about what the sun actually is, it doesn't make any sense. But if you're imagining the sun as like an object that's projecting light on the outside and you fold it in half, then the light's like kind of all trapped in the inside of it, right? Is that the
Yeah,
the idea?
kind of. But I mean, they weren't. He wasn't even thinking of that. He was actually. I'll show you in a second. Imitating poetic language, um, that is entirely metaphorical, but they take it as literal. That it will like be folded up and then perhaps unfolded again later, maybe for your enjoyment. But the idea is that they think that something might be folded over it. In fact, that
Well,
maybe you
yeah, I
take
mean
the
that
sun and then
right,
you take
wrapped.
something and then you ball it up by putting this over it, and now you got the sun in here so that it's not allowed to show any light.
Okay.
So they're
So
not,
it is potentially something over the top of it, which is what I thought by wrapped, but then you were saying like crumpled up kind of deal.
well,
And I was like,
well, you might have put something over it, but then ball that up like this.
right.
It definitely means
Uh-huh.
like balled up, but the idea, people are like, well, how does it get wrapped up? And some people are like, nope, it's folded. It's totally folded. It's the one that's balled up. And other people are like, no, something's balled up over it. But no, they. I like that. Why don't they claim the scientific miracle of the sun wrap stuff? Well, supposedly it hasn't happened yet, but we
Hmm.
ought to
Hmm.
know where this great veil is that will wrap
Well,
it
I
up.
mean, the moon, if you exegete the Quran seriously, the moon splitting is clearly a sign of the end times too, and thus hasn't happened. But, you know, there's a very simple answer for that.
Well,
We deny it. Islam does not agree with it.
yeah, no, it actually did already happen because this was revealed in response to something like literally already having happened. That this
Okay,
has
okay.
happened.
Now, so Muhammad, right?
Yes,
Muhammad thinks that the end times has happened, but we know they
right.
haven't. So therefore, the only way you could interpret it, where would it be nonsensical,
Is
is
that
if
it
it
would
hasn't
happen?
happened yet, except Muslims want to make it about Muhammad doing something, and so they say it has happened, but then ignore that the context is the end of the world. So there you go.
So now, um, I am not saying that the author is targeting structure or poetic technique over theme or message. Muhammad thinks he's being perfectly clear here. Allah thinks he's being perfectly clear here, but it turns out that he confuses people, so he stops doing it. So he is part of the argument for the excellence of the Quran, or that it's has a divine source, is its excellence, except it stops being excellent pretty quickly because it confuses people and people get irritated by it. And people keep asking Muhammad, like, what's this about? What's this about? What's this about? Um, so, continuing on to trying to find the original for a wrapping up or rolling up or being contained image, we have three different things that tend to aim toward that. First of all the stars will be all the stars of heaven will be dissolved. The skies will be rolled up like a scroll. So we have a rolling up image, and their stars will fall like withered leaves from the vine, like foliage from the fig tree. Then in Isaiah 51, so that has rolling up, but it's like a scroll, not like a piece of cloth necessarily. Um, and it's the skies, not just the sun. But in Isaiah 51, we have 6. We have lift up your eyes to the heavens and look at the earth below, for the heavens will vanish like smoke, and the earth will wear out like a garment. Now we have a clothing image.
Mm-hmm,
And its
mm-hmm.
people will die like gnats, but my salvation will last forever, and my righteousness will never fail. Then in Psalm 102, so we have a garment here, and we have some rolling over there. And then Psalm 102, you have, I say, oh my God, do not take me in the midst of my days. Your years go on through all generations. In the beginning, you laid the foundations of the earth, and the heavens are the work of your hands. They will perish, but you remain. They will all wear out like a garment. And Isaiah 51 is cross referencing Psalm 102 here, by the way. Like clothing, you will change them, and they will be passed on. But you remain the same, your years will never end. The children of your servants will dwell securely, and their descendants will be established before you. So this has a destruction of everything.
Mm-hmm.
The
Mm-hmm.
foundation, everything will wear out. The heavens will wear out. They'll be changed out like clothing. And yet the children of your servants will still dwell securely. So this has an image of eternal life and resurrection and something after the destruction of the current earth. So Isaiah 51 is cross-referencing this with the earth will wear out like a garment. And here we have the heavens wearing out like a garment. So the sun being wrapped up or bowled up is the Olivet discourse being funneled through these other passages to what is likely a Syriac original hymn that says something about the sun being rolled up and gone away because of
Hmm.
because of
Hmm.
reading these together in this telegraphic way that you'll see would have characterized the original hymn and characterizes other hymns. The other Syriac hymns do the same sort of thing. You can find it everywhere. I mean, even our hymns now very often do this sort of thing where they take the pieces that reference each other and mix them again and take out elements of them and bring them out in different ways. So,
So let me just take a couple quick comments that I want to
okay.
address. Mr. Enderman says, why are they even sticking to this one, Sarah? Well, you see, we're doing something that very few Muslims would ever do. We're taking the text seriously and trying to understand what the text says. And the subject is Surah 81, so we're sticking to, shockingly enough, Surah 81. Glad I could clear that up for you. Not so bummer summer says, so Mary thinks the author is targeting structure or poetic technique over theme or message.
Yeah, I already addressed that.
Yeah, you kind of addressed that one. I don't think you were saying that this is more poetic than other chapters, which I think is a plain statement of fact. I don't know why she took exception
Yeah, I didn't say
to
over
that.
theme or message. So,
Yeah, she just added words to what you said. So what you're confused, what are you focusing on? Well, it seems to me that you're confused and you don't know what we're focusing on because it's pretty clear that we're focusing on Surah 81. And then she also said the Surah needs to be on the screen. If you could go back one slide real quick. She said this as this slide is up here.
right there. The verses are right there.
Verse 1 and 2, the verses you're discussing, are on the screen. So I don't know what the issue is exactly, but there you go.
So, Farmhouse Theologian asked me whether or not if there are have I created my own intertextual essays on these topics? Now, I am working on a heavily footnoted translation that essentially has essays in the footnotes. It's terrible. It's like 2 lines of Quran and then like me for the rest of it, all the footnotes in small font. But I am working on that. But
Mhm.
this the idea of the idea that this is referencing hymns is not from me. I'm not the first one who has noticed this. If you go to Corpus Quranicum, they'll have a number of similar hymns that were written in Syriac that have a lot of the same themes. I didn't bother to include any of them here because none of them have the exact phrases, have all the exact phrases that we need to find in the hymn that Muhammad took from. I think it's very clear that he has extremely limited access to anything, including hymns.
Mhm. Mhm.
And so I think that the one that we're looking for needs to have two word specific or several word specific details. Here's the first one. We need to find the sun being wrapped, folded, rolled up.
Mhm.
And the stars falling, they don't even have to be flung, they can just fall. That's fine. But we need to have that wrapping because that is unusual and it is from biblical text. So we need to find this. And it will indeed be Tafsir al Mary.
So one other thing here, Snoopy says, at least the thumbnail Noah is nice looking. You know it's the wrong subject, but you're wrong. It's the correct subject.
It
I
is
knew
the
the
correct subject.
subject. I just didn't know the text,
Right.
right? So Mary told me that the subject was Noah and the animals, and I said, are you going to be discussing Surah 71? And she didn't answer me, so I guessed that she was discussing Surah 71. But we are discussing Noah and the animals, so the
Yes.
thumbnail is not wrong.
Yes, and this is the funniest part of all of this, which is hilarious because it occurs over and over and over in the Quran. I think I am the only person, I am the first person to have realized what this is from. Because whenever I read this, I was like, oh, this is the Olivet discourse. And because I recognize, and it's not just me who knows that this is the Olivet discourse, but somehow people, I guess, just don't know the text of it intimately enough to realize what's being said on 5 through 7. And we will get to that. So wrapping up, so both the topics of wrapping up the sun and throne stars and the Tafsir, we're going to that. So without the specific context of a metaphor with a garment or scroll, the rolling or wrapping language is obscure and must be glossed in the tafsir as meaning darkened or gone away or thrown away. They're giving the meanings of it, even though the literal word means like rolled or wrapped. Even resorting to claims that the word is Persian in origin. So that sometimes to avoid the fact that it's an ordinary Arabic word meaning wrapping up, they're like, oh, it just looks like our word to mean wrap up. It means darkened or gone away or thrown away. And these are my sources. Dur al-Manthur is DM. That's by al-Suyuti, one of the two Jalals of Jalalain. You can also see al-Tabari here. Al-Suyuti takes pains to explicitly disagree with this idea of this Persian origin and states the meaning of the word is balled up, specifically like balling up a turban, while other glosses are the result of the balling up action. He's like, well, yeah, it means darkened, gone away, thrown away, but only because that's what will happen when it is balled up. This agrees with Al-Rabi ibn Katham, as referenced in Al-Qurtubi. So Ibn Kathir also agrees, saying that this word is that part of it will be folded up into another part of it. So it will be folded up into another part of it, like inside, like this. Then it will be rolled up and thrown away. So the literal meaning is that folding, balling up thing, that first bit. When this is done to it, its light will go away. Ibn Abbas claims that this means it will be rounded up and brought to the throne, which is just ridiculous. Like, I think he means like after he's just kind of ignoring the fact that it means balled up. And he's like, well, this is how it's rounded up and brought to the throne. He also says that Muhammad said, not a star will remain in the sky unless it falls to earth until the people of the world become terrified. Oh, and by the way, some folks even went so far as to go, yes, it's the opposite of spread out. So spread out is whenever you unfold a thing.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And that is, by the way, like the spread out earth, you make it flat. And this is the opposite of it. You'll find this in the tafsir. So we have the opposite of spreading out and making flat being balling up or folding up, and then it gets thrown away, right?
Mm-hmm.
He also explained that the stars will fall because they are lamps suspended between the sky and earth by chains of light. And those chains are in the hands of angels who will drop them on the day of resurrection, because the angels will also die when the first blast comes. So Ibn Abbas decides that the angels are going to die and be resurrected, I guess. Maybe they won't be resurrected at all. I'm not even sure about that. But this angels dying thing was new to me. But that will cause them to drop the chains that they're holding, which are holding up the stars, and so all the stars will fall because they'll be dropped by the dead angels. But all the reports agree that the stars being thrown down means that they'll be scattered by Allah, though without the detail of Ibn Abbas. So whenever they gloss it, they're like, it means that they'll be scattered away, that they'll go, that Allah will be responsible for this in some way.
Mm-hmm.
So here we have some nice hanging lamps being held by angels who are going to drop them when they die, according to Ibn Abbas.
So before you go on, I had a question for you. The one exegete said that the sun will be brought before the throne of Allah, but doesn't that happen daily? What would be the special thing here, right? Because doesn't the sun
Yeah.
go and prostrate before the throne of Allah before it has
Well,
permission to rise?
I think that he is reading this together with the on the last day, the sun will not be given permission to rise in its correct place, and instead will rise from the opposite direction. And I think he's saying, and then after that, after it rises from the west instead of the east, then to be darkened again, where it goes is under the throne of Allah. So then it will be like balled up and then brought to the throne of Allah in the midst of this going backwards thing. So I
But I
think
mean,
he's trying to
the
like,
sun is like daily walking
yeah,
to the throne of Allah. So
but I think, yeah, I think he's saying that at night the sun's under the throne of Allah according to all the Islamic sources because they think that the earth is flat, so it's night everywhere at the same time. And I think
Mhm.
he's saying that when it's darkened here, it's not like totally gone, but
Mm.
instead it's back under the
Mhm.
throne of Allah. And part of that is because there was like uh, a statement. They believe that the Jews thought that the sun and the moon will be thrown into hellfire, and they disagreed and said that no, they're obedient servants of Allah, so they won't be. So he's saying that, no, they're not being thrown away as in like into hellfire. They're being brought underneath the throne of Allah where they'll be fine because they're good, obedient servants or whatever.
Mhm. So,
So,
in conclusion,
And it's as clear as the sun.
mhm.
yeah. But I think the reason why he's saying that the angels are going to die is because only Allah's face is supposed to survive. Everything else is supposed to be destroyed. So he's trying to make sense of that in light of other things. So the angels would need to die, maybe to be resurrected again, maybe not. I don't know.
So Muslim says, y'all are young earthers, I can tell. Well, as per usual, his impressions have no basis in reality, have nothing to do with anything said, and are simply false. You can see why he is a Muslim
He's a
when he is
Muslim.
so poor at judging everything all the time.
Yep.
And that's all I'm going to say about that.
He's like, oh, Muhammad was a flat earther. Well, I'll call you a young earther. Because I don't know how that would be inconsistent with like day and night, the way they actually occur, unlike
Mhm.
what Muhammad taught. So, anyway, moving mountains in Tafsir. So, if you go to Ibn Kathir, who is quoting our buddy Ibn Abbas again, he says the mountains will fall down upon the face of the earth, and the earth will move, quake, and be in a state of mixed up confusion. He's also quoted in Dur al Manthur saying the same thing. Al Qurtubi elaborates that the mountains will flow. Whoops, sorry, I didn't edit this the way I should have. They will flow and will transform
Shame on you.
from being stones. So they will transform from being made of stone and they'll become like a dense dune that is liquid sand and be like mud flowing downward. That's the idea. And will be scattered dust. So it'll completely level out. And the earth would return to being a level bed and you would not see any crookedness or roughness in it. So it'll become totally flat. Remember what I've been saying that whenever it says in the Bible, make straight the path of the Lord, and the mountains be thrown down, and the valleys rise up, that the Quran takes this literally. Here you go. Here is another example of the Quran taking this literally. Ibn Kathir simply states, they will not remain in their places and will be destroyed. Then the earth will be left as a flat, level, plain. Once again, flat. It'll be flat. This is literal in the Quran. Probably through the influence of Zoroastrianism that has the same idea of a flattening of earth. So let's look at the verse and when the mountains were moved. And again, this was the moving mountains in the Tafsir about this. In the Olivet discourse, we have Jesus saying, nation will rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom. There will be famines and earthquakes in various places. Now, note that this, Jesus says, is not the end. He's just saying that this is going to happen a lot. Jesus is specifically saying, hey guys, this part is not the end. Now, there are earthquakes in some of the actual end time images. It's not like there won't be earthquakes in the end, but in the Olivet discourse, Jesus warns people that whenever there's lots of wars and famines and earthquakes, don't think that this is the end because it's not a sign of the end. It's just a sign that you're in the birth pains, and the birth pains began when? Basically, since Adam sinned. Okay. So, but this is also that Isaiah 40 literalization that I just talked about through the Zoroastrian tradition that I went into in great detail last time. And we find, and then here are the places where it is part of this actual end time imagery. Before them the earth quakes, the heavens tremble. In Isaiah 54, though the mountains be removed and the hills may be shaken, and this is all metaphorical, my loving devotion will not depart from you. My covenant of peace will not be broken, says the Lord who has compassion on you. So, now let's get to the
real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick. You've been refuted. You've been destroyed. See, because not so Bummer Summer said tectonics, presumably meaning plate tectonics. This means that mountains can be flattened, and Muhammad knew all about the incredible science.
Not science. To hell with science.
Or something like that. I mean, she only said one word. I'm just guessing what this is supposed to mean.
Well, we know, according to Muhammad, that the 7 flat earths are stacked on the back of a big fish. And that fish started moving around because Allah had made the earth flat so that it's a pleasant place to live. And when the fish started moving around, I guess Allah did not anticipate that the fish that he decided to stick the earths on would move. And so then he needed to drive tent pegs through the different layers of the earth so that they would stop moving and bothering people. So there we go.
Oh, sorry. I am going to go with this distraction here. Monologists monologuing. The most one-way channel on YouTube, as if normal people have open call-in shows on their channel. I mean, pretty much. Now we do, right? We do often welcome callers, but pretty much every channel is one person talking about whatever they want to talk about, whether that's, a video game or Christianity or whatever, politics or economics or finance. That's the normal YouTube. So I don't know how we're the most monologuing one-way channel on YouTube. But Ultimate Truth has still failed to schedule that debate with me, right?
So I am timing him out because he won't schedule the debate, so he doesn't get to talk until he schedules a debate. So he is now timed out for the duration of the stream because you have to schedule the debate. Quit being a coward, dude. You keep coming up with excuses as to why you can't show up to debates that you actually schedule and refuse to answer emails. I don't know whether or not you're confused by this whole email technology, which seems very likely given your grasp of mathematics. Your grasp of email technology is probably similar. But, dude, you've got to figure out how to use your email. All right. So let's talk about these wonderful pregnant camels of Allah's end days. So the verse is, and when the pregnant camels were neglected. And this is the first truly big misunderstanding, because before, whenever it talked of things being rolled up, like Muhammad didn't know why, where it was coming from, what was being said exactly. He was imitating something without exegeting it in any sort of coherent context, but it didn't really cause a massive misunderstanding. People kind of understood that it meant that things are going to go away in some way or another, that the sun was going to go away. But this pregnant camels being neglected is a clear evidence of ridiculous misunderstanding. So it's translated very often as something like, how miserable in those days will be for pregnant and nursing mothers or pregnant and nursing women or something like that. But each one of these, pregnant and nursing, is a single word in the Greek. And so if we were going to translate without adding anything at all, it would be how miserable those days will be for pregnant and nursing ones. The species isn't named, but is required to be women in the text. It's clearly obvious that people are fleeing the city to avoid being the horrible things that are happening there. And it's going to be really hard for, among those who are fleeing, to do what? To flee. Pregnant women are going to have a harder time running away because you might be giving birth when you need to run. Okay.
Or at least, I mean, whether you're giving birth or not, it still would. If you're in a late stage of the pregnancy, it's more difficult to move around. It makes perfect sense.
It's hard and it's difficult. If you have a brand new baby, you're exhausted, especially then. So we actually do know that before the Temple of Jerusalem was destroyed, guess how many Christians there were in Jerusalem? None. They all left. Almost all of them went to Petra, and there was another town where a lot of them went to too. Yeah, they all fled.
Oh,
They're just
I
like,
see that you're now adopting the Petra theory. You mentioned the word.
I mentioned the word, therefore I'm adopting the theory, right? But they fled to, a lot of them Petra, a lot of them to this other town that's really minor, and I don't remember its name right now, but it's like over the border to the east, and they got out of Dodge because they saw the signs, because of what Jesus said. They're like, oh, bad things are happening now, really bad things are happening. We need to get out of here. And so the church histories tell us that no one was martyred there who were Christians, because they all got out. But it was difficult for the people who were sick, elderly, pregnant, nursing, all of that. That would have been really hard for them to get out. They did have enough warning to make it. They did flee, as the text said that they would, but it was hard for them. Now, again, the species isn't named, but it's required to be women by any sort of sane understanding of the text. But because Muhammad doesn't care about women
Well,
suffering,
sane. I mean,
yep, Muhammad fundamentally doesn't care about women suffering. He doesn't think it's important. So when he heard something negative about pregnant ones, he jumped to camels because he cares about camels. Now,
mhm.
camels were mentioned according to the exegetes because they were the thing most treasured among the Arabs, and even these would be neglected at the last day. And this is according to Al-Tabari and Al-Qurtubi. So not your wives. See, these are some pregnant Arab women given this camel with two heads. I have no idea
This
why
is
the
too
camel has
perfect.
two heads, but this two-headed camel is getting a side eye from pregnant Arab women, and I generated that obviously with AI. That's why we have
No,
a camel.
that isn't a real photo.
No, the Arabic back there is wild too. It looks like Egyptian for some reason. It looks like somebody put hieroglyphics and and Arabic uh, calligraphy in a blender and just pasted it on things. And the arches over there look diseased, but I thought it was funny. She's just glaring at him, giving him side eye, like, "Why do they care about you, two-headed camel?" Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but
it's
ignoring the funniness of that photo, the real issue here that I said that's just so perfect is that the exegetes don't see any problem with it. They're like, yeah, of course, the camel's the most valuable property, so that's what would be ignored. This makes perfect sense to us. Wives, those are insignificant property in comparison. I mean,
yep. And oh, I don't think that I put it in here because, yeah, I didn't put it in here because there is a variant here as well, because it is really weird to talk about pregnant camels. And so there's actually a variant that changes it to the tax collectors, or the tithes will be neglected instead, because
okay.
the thing that's most treasured among the Arabs is money. It's another variant reading that changes the
All of these
phrasing.
variants are part of Allah's original words. They're just different dialects, Mary. There's nothing to see here.
Yeah. Well,
There's no
this is
difference
not. Yeah.
whatsoever between. In Arabic, the same word can mean pregnant camel or taxes. I mean,
Ah.
come on, you don't know Arabic?
Yeah. But these actually are. I can't remember which. It's one of them. I think one of the major reciters had it, but it got purged from the uh, the official the official version. So officially, it's only pregnant camels. But in recitation, in the tradition, a lot of people were reading the tax collections, or the tithes, or the dues, like whenever you trade and you have to pay money at a market or whatever, those dues kind of thing. So,
Hmm. Hmm.
all right. Now, moving on, we find these Noah's days details. All of this has to do with as it was in the days of Noah, so it will be at the coming of the Son of Man. 3 verses that deal with this. And when the savage beasts were mustered, and when the seas were boiled, and when the souls were espoused in pairs. So this now in pairs is not in the Arabic, but the souls espousing, it means like pairs being married. Okay, it doesn't mean like brought together in groups or whatever. It means pairs are being espoused, they're being married. The souls are being placed together in mates. They're being put together in mates. So, what is this image that we have here? We have beasts. Let's ignore 6 for now. We have beasts coming together and souls or beings put together in male-female pairs. Now, the Olivet discourse is actually also cross-referencing a poetic passage of Isaiah 54. For me, this is like the days of Noah, when I swore to the waters of that the waters of Noah would never cover the earth. So I have sworn that I will not be angry with you or rebuke you, though the mountains may be removed and the hills may be shaken. Notice that that's part of the same kind of passage, so it would have been an easy cross-reference for the hymn. My loving devotion will not depart from you. My covenant of peace will not be broken, says the Lord, who has compassion on you. So this is referencing the affirmativeness of the covenant, post-Noahic covenant with mankind, not to destroy them with a flood, but also warning that people are going to be destroyed. Now, verse 6 is a later interpolation. Why? It contains Jewish traditions. Muhammad did not know these Jewish traditions until more direct contact with Jews. It's a pretty obscure tradition that's very Talmudic. This was added to break up verses 5 and 7 to allow more room for the miracle of reinterpretation, because by that time, 5 and 7 together were pretty embarrassing, because it says, and when the savage beasts were mustered, and when the souls were espoused in pairs. So the animals are brought together, and then they were put together in male-female pairs. Why? Because it was as it is in the days of Noah. So Muhammad believes that at end times, as it was in the days of Noah, means that you will look outside and you will see a boy squirrel next to a girl squirrel, and a boy dog next to a girl dog, and a boy ant next to a girl ant, and a boy goat next to a girl goat. They'll all be paired up in the same way as it was in the days of Noah. If you look in the Quran over and over and over again, there are references to everything being created in pairs, including plants. So while there are some male-female plants, the vast majority are hermaphroditic. And then there are fungi who don't have any sex at all, right? And spore reproduction, things like that. But what Muhammad believes, because he believes that this, as in the days of Noah, is so important, he believes that it is a miracle that all things are made in pairs, including boy wheat and girl wheat, boy lemon tree and a girl lemon tree, boy barley and girl barley, a boy eggplant and a girl eggplant, right? He thinks that this is how all things are. Now, this shows, first of all, that the person who is writing this has no knowledge of agriculture or how it works, incredibly ignorant of agriculture, but also that he puts just like the enormous emphasis on the throwing down of stuff from the hills, that and the literal flattening of the world, in the same way he puts an enormous emphasis on the creation of these male and female pairs, and Allah himself is the only one who's alone. And Andrew does make a great point. It's crazy that he allows polygamy with this kind of interpretation, and it's completely insane that if Allah's great sign is that he makes equal numbers, these pairs of all things, down to plants and bugs and anything that's alive, they're male-female pairs. And yet he's like, but we could have lots of women. Of course, that's because they kill a lot of the men.
Well, that's because it's not yet the end days, you see. In the end days, it will just be one-on-one. But right now, referencing the video we watched a couple weeks ago, you can observe in the animal kingdom that some animals have multiple mates. Wouldn't Allah allow the same for human beings? Because their whole logic was ants have a queen, therefore the best prophet should be the king of the people. I'm not sure how that follows, but some animals are polygamous, therefore humans should be too. But in the end times, all the animals will be monogamous, and humans, I guess, by consequence, will be as too. And not so bummer summer. I don't know what you're trying to accomplish by as Andrew correctly points out, spamming poetry, but I would suggest that you stop because that's not helpful to anyone.
Yep.
And I don't know, it just happened to the cat cam. It just went blank. It's still part of the stream. It's still working on my end.
Oh well.
It
Poor
just
cat.
went blank on me. He's still
Oh,
there.
oh, mine went to sleep. So I don't know why my phone went to sleep because it's plugged into
Oh,
power.
you know what? I bet you that's what happened. I bet you because the dog cam dropped out.
I don't know why it dropped out, but the dog's still there. He's asleep. He's
But
having.
I probably still have it as part of the stream because it just disappeared on me. And thus the black box there is the dog cam and the cat cam isn't on it at all. I think that's probably what happened.
All right. So because this is so embarrassing, by the time he got in heavy contact with the Jews and they're like, what is he talking about? And Noah 2x2, we have no expectations of animals 2x2. They would not have known the Olivet discourse to know that Noah was mentioned in context that in any other way except for uh, in Isaiah 54. But they would have called him out and gone, what are you talking about, you lunatic? We do not believe this. And so he shoved in a detail from the Jewish tradition, not from Jewish scripture, but from the purely Jewish tradition. So, Noah's Day in the Olivet discourse, in context, this is what Jesus is saying: as it was in the days of Noah, so it will be at the coming of the Son of Man. Will animals come together and then be put in pairs 2x2? No! For in the days before the flood, people were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, up to the day Noah entered the ark. And they were oblivious until the flood came and swept them all away. So it will be at the coming of man. 2 men will be in the field, one will be taken and the other left. 2 women will be at the grinding at the mill, one will be taken and the other left. So judgment will come down and will take people completely unawares. And in this one, guys, please never use this as some sort of rapture, because the one being taken is being taken for judgment in this text. They're not being spared something. They're being judged. They're being taken away. Um, so Muhammad, he did not have this context. He had a reference to Noah without elaboration, because what's being said here is that they will be caught unawares. Like in the days of Noah, they will be caught unawares by judgment. And instead of understanding that, he just made up, what do we know about Noah? Oh, animals 2x2. It's going to be animals 2x2. So he supplied an elaboration to the phrase as it was in the days of Noah that he had found within the hymn. And most likely this is what Waraqah had. Waraqah most likely had a small fragment of Isaiah 40 and a hymn. And these are the only texts that I believe that Waraqah had in his hot little hands that are the gospel that he was supposedly writing in Arabic as much as Allah wished him to write. I think he just had texts that he'd gotten from somewhere and made up stuff from them. So he didn't know the context either. He couldn't tell Muhammad what the context was. And so Muhammad made up crazy stuff. And yes, oh, that's why being an ear is less accurate than being an eye. Well, since it was most likely in Syriac, it was most likely translated aloud by Waraqah. So.
All right, so I'm going to refresh my page. I think it'll be transparent to you, but if something happens real quick, just know that's what happened. Because I'm trying to get the cat cam fixed.
Well, we got.
And, well, it was not transparent.
Ha! Nope. You got to add us back by hand now, huh?
Yep. But it did fix the cat cam, so it was still worth doing. There you go.
All right. Can you bring us back? Hopefully they can hear us.
Oh yeah. You're not seeing it, but the image is fine
Oh.
to the audience.
Can you go ahead and bring up the super chat? I think we have a couple now.
Yeah, there's a couple of those, but since you asked me to fix this first, I was fixing
Yep.
this first. Because what you see is not,
Yeah,
by
I
default, you
got
don't see
everything.
anything, and then I got to change it. But the audience, for a brief second there, didn't see your presentation and such as well.
Ah,
All right. Anyway, everything is fixed now. So, first super chat of the day. There was 3 of them, but this is the first one from Joshua.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the...
And that was working before I refreshed the page. So I'm going to refresh the page again and hope that fixes it. But Joshua says, hi, Brother Thaddeus and Sister Mary. Did that guy reschedule the debate on Surah 19, or did he run in humiliation? As I'm excited for the Ohio stream. So this came up on its own because Ultimate Truth came in. That he's that guy, and he, being generous, doesn't seem to know how to use his email. So what keeps happening is that I'll like propose a date, and then I'll say I need an answer. Let's say I propose Wednesday, and I'll say I need an answer by Monday so I can, set it up and have the moderator ready and blah blah blah. And then he'll email me back like Wednesday afternoon. I'm ready. I'll see you in an hour. It's like, no, that doesn't work. You gotta confirm in advance, as I've told you multiple times. So no, it has not managed to be rescheduled. Is he running or is he just incompetent? You be the judge on that. And as far as the Ohio stream, I think you're referring to the Seek and Share Truth conference. And definitely, I'm looking forward to that as well. Hope to see some of you there in person. And if not in person, you can watch online. So thank you very much for that super chat. I'm going to try refreshing the page to see if it fixes the audio, because sometimes the audio just does not work right. So there is that. And let me just push something.
You're crying with alligator tears.
All right, it seemed to be fixed there. So sometimes I cannot figure out what the trigger is, but sometimes it doesn't work, and it gets that all glitchy. And before I figured out what was causing it, or at least how to fix it, I really don't know what's causing it, but how to fix it, which is like just refreshing the page. We had a couple of streams where we just didn't use the sound effects because they weren't working. Anyway, all that aside, super chat done. Thank you for that. Back to Mary.
all right. So, um, so because this is so too obviously stupid not to try to reinterpret, once you have any kind of context and you have talked to anybody about anything, all the tough is you try to make it into something else. So when the savage beasts were mustered, is turned into mixed up. But why would they mixed up? Or it could sometimes it declares that the animals will be killed and turned to dust. How would
Wait,
mustering be killed and turned to dust? This relies on a usage of the word muster, and this is not the word like gather for that's used for Fridays and stuff. It's the different word, but it's sometimes used in this sense. But whenever it's used of human beings, that they are gathered to Allah, they will return, or Allah will gather them on the last day, or Allah will gather, etc., etc. When it's used of humans, this is about people who are dead, who are being gathered, having been resurrected for judgment. So if it's referring to animals, they will have had to have been resurrected to be gathered. They wouldn't be gathered to be turned into dust. That's nonsensical. Because in every time it's talking to human beings, they all die, they're turned into, then their bodies are turned into dust or they die or whatever. And then Allah squirts sperm on them from his throne and their bodies are reanimated and then they are gathered from wherever they are. Their bodies are gathered at that point. So if you're using the word muster here as an excuse to claim that this has to do with them being brought together to be killed, it makes absolutely no sense in all other situations unless these are resurrected animals,
Right.
which
Okay. So
Islam does
I'm
not
confused.
support.
I'm confused here, Mary. So obviously we're talking about an Arabic word, which you've
Yes.
translated as mustard. Uh, now
I
in
mean,
English, right? Just first in English, that word doesn't mean anything remotely like mixed up, right? It doesn't mean
no, it doesn't.
anything
It doesn't in Arabic
remotely
either.
like turned to dust.
No.
If you're mustering something, you're like using it for the maximum of its
Well,
purpose, kind of,
no,
so to
it's
speak.
muster as in like you muster your troops. It's gathering together. So
Yeah.
there
Yeah,
are
yeah,
two
yeah.
different words.
But I mean, it's more than just gather, right?
But no, I'm saying, but in Arabic, there are two
Okay.
different words
I was
for
just talking about English.
English.
So in English, uh, maybe you should have just said we're gathered then, right? The
No, I
savage
didn't
beasts were
use gather
gathered.
for a reason. Hang on, Thaddeus. I did not use gather because there is one word that is most often used for bringing together all beings. And
And
for
it's a
that
different word.
word, I chose the translation gather. I try to use exactly one word to translate one word in Arabic whenever I can. So I don't want to use two different words in Arabic that are synonyms. They are synonyms in Arabic. They both mean to gather together, to bring together, to unite in that way into a group. That's all they mean. So the
Mhm.
most common one I use gathered, and the less common one I use mustard.
Okay.
So
So the reason you're choosing two different words is to convey that there's two different words in Arabic, but but the sense in Arabic of the word that you're translating here is gather, right?
yes,
It's grouped together. It's
yes,
not like used for the maximum purpose or anything like
no,
that. It's certainly nothing like mix up, right? Which
correct.
is like completely different entirely. And yet, what you're saying is this is what the exegetes said, right? They went to the
Yes.
text and they're like, maybe this means mixed up in this case, even though we never used the word that way anywhere else, because this is a lot of super secret language. It can mean something different than what it says, and therefore it must
Well,
mean mixed up.
what they're trying to do is that, oh, all the animals of the world will be gathered in one place, and they're trying to refute the fact that the next verse, was originally the very next verse, said that they would be put into mated pairs, male female pairs. So he's like, oh, because it says mustard, because they'll be gathered, that means that they'll be gathered in a way that's all mixed up. So that's like
Well, I think that
trying
even
to, yeah.
so actually, I think that they, I don't know if they're trying to make it make more sense or not, but I think actually that would make sense, right? If you got all the animals, they're all jumbled together, and then you separate them out into nice even pairs. So maybe maybe that's how they're getting it. They're like, well, what do you mean put them in pairs? They're already in pairs. Because
Well, they
they
totally
also know
avoid,
nothing about
yeah.
animals,
Well,
right? Just
they're
like
totally
Muhammad, they don't know
avoiding.
anything about the sexuality of animals. So they're like, well, this doesn't seem that interesting. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. See what Allah does is He first mixes them all up and then He separates them back out to the way they already were. I don't know. Just
No,
a
no.
thought there.
Well, he's saying that. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to avoid the image of the paired animals in the next verse. They're trying to say, well,
Which,
if you
yeah,
gather,
you know what they've said after that,
yeah,
so
yeah,
I
because they
don't.
never say that. That's the point. They completely leave any animals out because it says souls, not animals, explicitly. And souls doesn't have to mean a being with an eternal soul. It just means a living thing here.
Yeah, well, in English, that's true
Yeah,
as well, right? You can say. So, I mean, usually it's mostly just used for people,
human.
but you can occasionally use it in other contexts.
Right, right,
So,
and that's what's happening. Uh, you know, not a soul is awake, not even the cat. You could say something like that, right?
yeah, yeah,
Um,
that's true.
so I
So,
think that
what
they're
you're
really
saying though
trying
is that
to.
the exegetes are going to claim this isn't about animals at all.
Yes, the second verse is not going to be about animals at all because it doesn't say animals and they're able to avoid it. And so they're pushing on the idea that, well, if you gather all the animals, then they're mixed up to try to make the second verse
But I mean,
not
it
be
says savage
connected.
beasts. What could savage beasts mean other than animals? I, I mean, I guess they're desperate, right? They're desperate to change the meaning, but the meaning seems pretty clear to me.
Yeah. But that's why they go to mixed up. And then the other one where they're reading it into some sort of, they're brought together and then killed, is because they're trying to use other instances of mustard that are used of humans after the resurrection and act like that would make any sense to happen for all the animals, as if animals are all falling under judgment. But the humans are killed first and then they are gathered. So they're dead, then gathered. Why would the animals be gathered, then dead? Why would Allah not just kill them as he kills
Or just
everyone else?
leave them alive, or I mean, what? Yeah, why are animals being resurrected? That makes no sense.
But they won't read resurrection into it. They will deny that they're resurrected
Oh,
because
so
they have no eternal souls. So they're not
wait,
resurrected.
wait. So,
So the argument.
animals are just gonna
I
animals
know
will
this
die
makes no sense.
naturally. So what is we're all I'm just really struggling to find how they think that this is a better interpretation.
Well, they think that it doesn't matter that it's nonsensical. It is nonsensical. What matters is not that it makes no sense. What matters is that it doesn't say something that is so clearly a misunderstanding of previous scripture that it's screamingly hilarious. With this interpretation, Jews and Christians wouldn't necessarily immediately start laughing aloud at the Muslims. But if it had any kind of interpretation about, oh, there'll be animals 2 and 2, like any halfway knowledgeable Jew or Christian just would start laughing, like, what are you talking about? Why are they in pairs? That makes no sense. So because there are references to human beings, usually with the word I translate as gather, but occasionally with the word muster, in the resurrection, they are gathered to be judged. They somehow tried to make this applicable to animals that will never be resurrected. And so they'll like, and so they're trying to read the word, like the events, onto this verse that where it does not apply at all. So yes, Thaddeus, I have just blown his mind because it's so stupid. Sorry. You just have to use stupidity.
Yeah, and I did actually read the rest of this slide, so
Yeah.
I won't make any comments on that until Mary reads it.
Yeah. So then, because now there's something breaking it up in the middle, whenever they get to that second part, they go, when the souls were espoused in pairs. So the souls are made to be human here instead. And a lot of them just say they're organized into groups by deen, which makes no sense because this is about espousing a husband and wife pair. This is really about zawaj. It's about marriage of 1 to 1. So,
Yeah, real quick. You said that you had just added pairs for clarity, right? So the verse actually
yes.
says the souls were espoused.
But the idea, the word for espouse there comes
Right,
from the image.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Right, it's the dual form or whatever, and it makes perfect sense that it's pairs.
Oh.
But what I'm saying is that the primary sense isn't pairs. The primary sense is being espoused, being married, and they're interpreting this as being put in a variety of different groups.
Yeah, well, the word is from and to oxen, an oxen pair that's yoked, a yoked pair of oxen is where it comes from. So it is truly a monogamous image there of a pair, a white husband and wife together is this image. So that's why I usually translate espoused in pairs or mated pairs or something
Yeah,
like that.
well, I mean, I think adding pairs is perfectly fine. But what I wanted to make clear is that the pair, like the group isn't the primary focus. The espousing is the primary
Espousing.
focus of the
Yep.
text. And yet they're still trying to force it to be about groups or pairs or
Yeah.
something along those lines because they can't interpret it the way it's actually written.
Correct. So the first one is that like all the Christians will be grouped together for some random reason. All the Jews will be grouped together. All the Muslims will be grouped together. And it even says all the Shia will be grouped together in one of the versions. So all the Zoroastrians will be together, all the Sabaeans will be together. So I guess we'll find out what the Sabaeans actually are at this point. But if you do that, where's the spouse? And because that's so stupid and impossible, well, and then another one that was even went further and said that they would be organized into three groups: the hellbound, the paradise bound, and the forerunners. And I'm guessing it does not explain in any of the verses what the heck these forerunners are, but I'm guessing they're the people who already got to be green birds in paradise that were hanging out there waiting for everybody else. That's my guess for the third group. And then because this is so stupid, they're like, fine, we have to have a spouse. We have to have this pair idea because that's what the word means. So one of the interpretations is each person is paired with their personal shaitan.
Oh yeah, that makes it better.
So that you'll go to the hellfire with your personal shaitan. And then another one says that they're paired with their huris, but you don't get just one. You get a whole bunch of them. But the funny thing is that these are separate interpretations. Paired with their personal shaitans is separate from paired with their huris. So
well, yeah, because they're trying to make up a meaning. So
right,
one person guesses one thing and one guesses a different thing.
But if you have a huri, do you also have a shaitan? What about for the people who say that you're paired with your personal shaitans? Does that mean that all the personal shaitans of people who go to paradise get to go to paradise too? For the people that say huris, like, what about the people of hellfire? Is this only talking about the people of paradise? What's going on here? That's why it's so especially funny. And then another one said their souls are married to new bodies. So they are espoused to themselves.
I mean, that technically would work in English, right? Because marriage has that, the word married has that flexibility. That one would actually technically work in English, that you could be married to a new body. But
it doesn't really work in Arabic.
I'm sure. Nor does it make any sense with pairs, right? Because two souls are being paired together. A soul is not being paired with something. And all these are about pairing a soul with something because they don't want it to be.
Yeah, and
because they wanted to adopt the common sense interpretation.
Yeah, the idea that souls being espoused, they should be espoused to another soul in context. You would never expect a soul to be espoused with something other than a soul. I mean, Allah makes everything in pairs. It's supposed to be a huge deal, like in spouses, that Allah makes everything in mates, that Allah makes everything in twos, that Allah makes everything male and female over and over. So there's this huge emphasis throughout the Quran about Allah making everything male and female. But on the last day, when all of these things come to a head, all of a sudden, when a spousal is being made, suddenly you're espoused to shaitans or something. And yes, Mo does have a personal shaitan, but he's supposed to be a Muslim shaitan now, and only bid him to good.
And let me just summarize the exegetes.
You become a person who is confused in your head
when you try to exegete the Quran.
So to obscure these parts, because all of this relates to Noah and the days of Noah, to obscure this, there's another verse shoved in, and as weird as it seems, it is also related to the same idea of Noah, but it's related to it only in Jewish sources. Now, according to the Islamic...
I'm just going to say I didn't find it that weird, to tell you the truth. You're just like, just skip that one, we'll explain that later. I was like, well, that actually doesn't sound that weird.
Well, no, because we have a metaphorical boiling, like the seas are boiling, teeming, water. No, it means hot. It literally means steaming hot, fiery.
Well, I get it. I get it. I get that there's going to be further explanation. But my point was that there being waters in context to Noah, it didn't seem that odd to me. As all.
But the boiling's weird. If you don't take it as metaphorical, and it's not metaphorical here, nobody understands it as purely metaphorical. So the boiling of the seas is often interpreted as metaphorical, meaning that they rise up like a boiling pot, but not merely metaphorical. So they're like, oh, it's rising up like a boiling water in a pot, but then they go, yeah, but it's also hot. It's also actually boiling. So the exegetes explain that the two seas that don't mix, and you see this in
scientific miracle.
Yeah, the miracle of the two seas that don't mix, which is in Quran 55:19-20. They will now mix when this happens. This reference is an occurrence. This references an occurrence, a natural occurrence that's happening now off the coast of Bahrain, which literally means two seas, where fresh water from the aquifer wells up into the sea. Ancient people from the time of the Sumerians onward thought that there was one freshwater sea that was mostly underground and one saltwater sea that was the ocean that was surrounding the land on all sides essentially, and that Bahrain was where the two met without one overflowing the bounds into the other. That is, the salt water of the ocean remained consistently salty, and the fresh water in rivers, ponds, and wells remained consistently fresh. According to the exegetes, the barriers that kept these two seas held back are to be removed, and so would boil up, becoming one continuous mixed sea, even one covering the whole earth, according to Al-Qurtubi, as it is in the days of Noah. This interpretation is thus related to the original passage, although used as a tool to obscure the meanings of the two surrounding verses. However, the covering of the earth with water is then reversed to give a location for the rest of the events of the last day. Either the seas entirely boil away, or else there's so much earth that the seas disappear when the mountains are flattened into dust, or else the seas literally transmute into fire. And this is all of these three options are given in Al-Qurtubi. So some way or another, there's land. It doesn't stay covered in sea, even if sea does briefly cover it all. All right. So, um, what? I'm hitting the wrong direction. There we go.
Allah has cursed you to hit the wrong button on your computer.
There we go. Yep. But to be clear, it's still hot. Note that this metaphorical understanding is only complemented the literal one, that the seas would be boiling hot. It became a single sea of hot water for the people of hell, according to Al-Qurtubi. And notice that they literally transmute into fire is a big part of a lot of it. In some traditions, including from Ibn Abbas, the sea itself is meant to be lit on fire in the understanding of boiling. Allah fills the sea as a fire, for that is the greatest fire of Allah, with which he punishes the unbelievers. That's Al-Qurtubi. Ibn Kathir makes a similar statement. You also see this idea supported in Quran 52:6, which is a cross-reference to this verse and refers to it.
So just real quick, Ultimate Truth. Read our emails to people. You changed the date more than 9 times, which is amazing since I emailed him far less than 9 times. I agree with everything you said, and you still changed it. Just read them to people and show it to. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go through and pull your emails up on the screen.
I've seen the email thread. It's embarrassing. It is so embarrassing for you.
So it's exactly how I described it. I showed the first part of it last time you came in here, where I will tell you I need an answer by such and such a date. To schedule a debate, I need a time in advance so I can get a moderator and everyone has to agree to something. And then you'll wait to the last minute and then you'll agree to it after it's too late for me to go on that particular date. So yeah, I changed everything 9 times, even though I emailed you like 3 times total, because you couldn't agree to the date in a prompt fashion. That's why it kept getting changed. All right.
And you've only had 2 dates so far, right? I think you suggested a third and he just hasn't replied.
Yeah, I don't think he ever replied to the third. We scheduled it. We did a date, which then he didn't reply, which would have technically worked, right? Except they didn't reply until like 2 hours before the scheduled time. So obviously at that point it was gone. Then I suggested a second date, and it turned out the moderator couldn't make that date. And I told Ultimate Truth in advance, not like 2 hours before, that the moderator couldn't make that date, and suggested a third date. And as far as I know, he never replied to that third date. So
correct.
That's where we're at.
And he replied to the second date after you said that the moderator couldn't make it, didn't he?
I think so. I think he might have eventually replied and said, well, that date is fine for me, after I told him that it wouldn't work.
Yes. And the thing is, you know how emails arrive. He had to scroll past the email with the third date to get to the second date and reply to the wrong email.
Mm-hmm.
So he is as truthful as his prophet is. All right. So what is this boiling, hot, fiery flood thing going on? Why is it boiling? Now, this verse interrupts the flow between 5 and 7, which were almost certainly originally one unit, and thus shows strong structural signs of being a later interpolation. It also shows thematic signs of being interpolation, as it refers not to a Christian tradition, as the rest of the text does, but to a Jewish one, as the Talmud teaches that the rain at the time of Noah was scalding hot and caused the seas to boil. We find this in Sanhedrin 108b, where Rav Hista says, with hot semen they sinned, and with hot water they were punished, as it is written here at the conclusion of the flood, and the waters were assuaged in Genesis 8:1. So, and it is written there, then the king's wrath was assuaged. So wrath in the Hebrew is something that is hot in that context. So if the king's wrath, hot wrath, if his hot anger, if his heat was assuaged, then, and the same assuaged term is used for the waters, then according to this rabbinical interpretation, if the king's anger was hot, then the waters were also hot. If the king's wrath being assuaged means that it cooled down and he was no longer hot with anger, then the flood was literally cooled down and was no longer hot anymore. I know that that's like really odd and really obscure. This is the reasoning of this rabbi, and it became essentially fact that you read this rare word. And again, that's why I said you have to be careful about how you read uh, connections to words, because I mean, goodness, you might even decide to read the king's wrath being assuaged as something like floodwaters abating, essentially. You might go, oh, we can read a parallel there. That might not be too far. But if you go, well, the king's wrath's hot, so these waters must be boiling, at that point you're getting goofy. And the rabbis did this a lot. They pushed and pushed and pushed until they started like bringing in goofy things, and it would become like part of an entire idea that they would spiral off from.
Hmm. Yeah,
So
since Mary paused there, I'm
go
just
ahead.
going to confirm that what she says is completely accurate. This is very common because, because they have a great intention and they love the text and they're trying to get everything out. They start to focus on single words at some point and then come up with whole stories to explain why one particular word was used, and that's what happened here. And this is also very consistent with a whole bunch of obscure things in the Quran, that when you know the rabbinic interpretation of the Bible, then you can see how the author of the Quran came up with these stories. And the Quranic exegetes reveal that they're familiar with these stories because they often fill in a bunch of the details that's found in the rabbinic tradition that's not found in the Bible and not explained in the Quran either, to make the story make more sense. So I think that everything Mary has said is very plausible, that that is exactly where this particular Quran verse came from.
And this is not the only place where the flood is said to be boiling, as we'll get to the bottom here. That this reading that the flood of Noah was boiling water is clearly stated in the Quran, and we'll get to that in a second. Anyway, the rabbis then read Job 6:17 together with Genesis 6:3 to find confirmation of this interpretation, and it's especially goofy here because it contains the section of Job contains Job's complaints against the fickleness of friends who, rather than comforting him in his time of distress, are like unreliable wadis, like seasonal streams, which dry up in the heat of the dry season just when they're needed most. The heat combined with the previously wet wadis and interpreted to mean that the seas at the time of Noah had to be boiling hot, such as in the Jerusalem Talmud, Sanhedrin 10:3:3. So we have Levi saying, mainly their scalding was parboiling, What is the reason? At the time when they were scalded, they shrink. In its heat, they disappear from their place. Job 6:17. So this is talking about actually floodwaters, but then saying that what's the reason that the floodwaters were going down? When they were boiled, they boiled away. In the heat, they disappear from their place, which is the quote from Job 6:17, which is, and then he says, what is its heat? In their boiling. And then another rabbi said, every single drop which the Holy One, praise to him, rained on them, he brought to a boil in hell and rained it on them. So this is taking, like, oh, well, water boils away or disappears because it gets hot, because it boils away. And this Job 6:17 is proof of that in the text, which is, again, an odd reading, but it's something that the rabbis really got into in later times. Now, this boiling water of Noah is explicitly confirmed in Quran 23:27. And this is Arbery's translation. Then we said to him, make thou the ark under our eyes as we reveal, and this is talking to Noah. And then when our command comes and the oven boils, insert into it two of every kind in thy family, except for him against whom the word has already been spoken, and address me not concerning those who have done evil, for they shall be drowned. So, again, the oven is boiled. There's even an oven here.
Sorry, Mary. Sorry for that. But when I read this comment from Wad, I just could not contain myself. It's the oral Torah. Stop calling it rabbis' commentaries.
This is the Mishnah, honey. I know you're extraordinarily ignorant, but this is not Mishnah. These are from later rabbis. So you believe this is not from the Gemara, the supposed oral Torah. This is stuff that rabbis who lived after Jesus pulled out of their backsides, and they believed to be true. They made up these new things. This is not Gemara. Notice it does not say Gemara. It gives names of people, and these are their reasonings and their rationality. You have no idea what any of this is. You may be stupid enough to buy the idea of perfect preservation of the Gemara, of the Mishnah through the Gemara. You may be that foolish and that ridiculous that you would buy something that idiotic, but this is not part of the oral Torah. These are the commentaries of much later rabbis.
And besides that point, right, which, I mean, you're completely correct, right? Jews would not consider these commentaries and the R commentaries to be part of the oral Torah. But even if they did, how would that in any way change anything, right? I don't accept the oral Torah as being given to Moses as a second book that was passed on for 2,000 years before it was written down. It's all commentary to me.
And here's the thing. Neither does Islam, because what do the people of the book have? They have a book, you dork butt. They have a book. They have a book. They have a book, a written thing. Like, they have something with pages in it. That's what they have and what Muhammad doesn't have. They have written things. That's the point. Their stuff is written. According to Muhammad, everything they have is written. And it doesn't, and it was written when it was given to Moses. It was written from that original source. It wasn't written tons later. Yes, Muhammad was a moron. He didn't know the difference between the Talmud, including rabbi stuff, or the Jinza Rabbah, or anything. Like, he pulled from Mandean stuff. He pulled from Zoroastrian stuff. He pulled from hymns. He pulled from random fairy tales and folk tales running around. He pulled from everything. Yes, we know he didn't know what the scriptures were, but you can't be that stupid. You cannot say that something that clearly is not.
You can no one be that
says
stupid.
That this is Mishnah. No one says that this is Mishnah, except for you, Dwad. They all know know that this came out of the mind of a rabbi of these later generations, that this is his reasoning and his making up. Now, if you say that rabbis have access to the unseen and know the truth, go ahead and say that.
Yeah.
Say that Allah gave them access to the unseen, because that is what you are like literally asserting.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, even if he was right, which he's not, but in some cases he would be right, because some of the things that Muhammad copies from do come from the Talmud. Uh,
Or
that
from the
wouldn't make,
Mishnah, the Gemara portion of the Talmud.
yeah,
Yeah.
that wouldn't make it scripture. It wouldn't make it true unless you're claiming that those rabbis are also inspired, that the Talmud is scripture and inspired. So you haven't actually solved anything despite being factually wrong about everything.
Which is something you can't fathom.
All right. Enough from Wad. Sorry for the laughs and interruptions. Back to you, Mary.
But anyway, the oven is boiling. It comes from later rabbis who made stuff up in the interval between the Jerusalem Talmud and the Babylonian Talmud. In fact, um, for the most part, but then some of it is Jerusalem Talmud, but it's still from rabbis. It's not from the Gemara. It's not from the Mishnah. So come on. Come on, guys. It's just a dude who's reasoning things. If they reason things about the unseen and know it, then they know it. Jawad, sweetheart. Oh my gosh.
Where?
Do you not know what the
Where's
Talmud is? The Talmud has different parts. Only a small portion of it is Mishnah. This is not Mishnah. This is not oral Torah. I know you're slow. You
Well,
can't be
and the
slow.
Quran doesn't approve of it. And even if it
No,
did,
it
that
doesn't.
wouldn't make it true. So, I mean, you've made 0 points whatsoever. All you've proved is that you know nothing and you can throw out some words and think that you've answered something.
Yeah,
You've literally
and
just said
I've
some
run
nonsensical words that are factually incorrect and wouldn't help you if they were true.
And I have run into a number of particularly Pakistani Muslims, who want to go, oh, well, the oral Torah, it's fine. That's what the Talmud is. And they have no idea what's actually in the Talmud, because they haven't read that any more than they have their own Quran or the scripture or anything. And they take things from like later rabbinical tradition and just go, oh, that's all oral Torah. No,
Everything
it's
that
not.
Muhammad copied is part of
And
the true oral Torah.
again,
The Quran knows nothing about.
they have what? They have scripture. They have written things. They have a book. They don't have spoken stuff. Muhammad has spoken stuff, even though it was written down immediately. They like to pretend that the Quran, because the Quran was not just a recitation, it was a reading. Just like whenever we talked about Umar going and smacking around his sister and beating her up, what was happening? Someone was reading to her of it, was not reciting it from memory.
So
This
Houston,
idea of this perfect oral preservation stuff, it actually isn't from Muhammad's own generation or the generation after that. It was from later, whenever people wanted to do other things and to be able to unify different sources by saying that, oh yeah, it was in someone's memory. Yeah, we don't have a text, but it was in someone's memory, so that's fine. That's fine.
So Houston says the Quran also proves the 7 sleepers of Ephesus and the romance of Alexander.
Are you dumb?
Those are clearly part of the oral Torah, according to Wad. Because everything's part of the oral Torah.
Yeah, apparently.
In fact, the Quran is just an exact copy and paste of the oral Torah that Muhammad miraculously knew about, even though he was talking to rabbis who would have known the oral Torah.
And again, let me very clearly say this, because I know Jawad is just like not understanding. If it accredits an individual rabbi with a statement, if it says Rabbi, Rebbe, so and so said this, if it says that, that is not Mishnah, which is what they claim the oral Torah is.
Mhm.
If it says Gemara,
Mhm.
Gemara, that is the only part that is said to be oral
Mhm.
Torah.
Mhm.
The rest
So
is
I'm
understood
going to guess.
universally to be the interpretations of the rabbis. They do believe that the rabbis as a group are essentially infallible and in fact can change reality such that if God meant it to mean one thing and the rabbis agree that it means another, God has to allow the rabbis to make
Well,
it mean that thing.
to be fair, they'd say that the rabbis couldn't be mistaken about what God intended, I think. They
No,
wouldn't say
no,
that they could
that is
change
still
God's will.
incorrect.
But regardless, you're correct that Judaism is very authoritarian based, that if a authoritative rabbi has established something, with the requisite support through history, it is as good as biblical law to the modern Jew and all this. But I'm going to make a prediction. Watch, just going to say it's oral Torah. It's oral Torah
Yeah,
again and
it
again
doesn't.
and again and
He won't.
again. He's
He
not
won't
going to even
understand.
quote. He's not going to use any of the technical terms. He's not going to make any distinctions whatsoever. He's not going to understand any of our points. He's just going to say oral Torah. And look, he just did. What you overlook is that in Judaism, they don't have the concept of isnod. So their commentaries can be mixed with Moses' oral teachings.
And that is entirely untrue. I want to say this very bluntly. We just saw here that Rabbi so and so is quoting Rabbi so and so in a number of these places. This is Rabbi so and so says. This is
I
the
know they
source.
do have Hadith chains. That's the funny
They
thing.
did have chains. This one directly comes from someone, but other ones, a lot of them will go further because you were supposed to know who these people were in relation to each other. A lot of times you'll have a teacher quoted and then his student adding something to that. So no, they absolutely did. If anything, Islam took that from there. That's why it says Gemara said and Rav Chisda said, and Rebbe Joshua ben Levi or Levi, depending on how you want to say it, said. That's why you have these things, because they absolutely did. They know what Mishnah is. If you dare, dare, dare to say that they do not credit the source, that's ridiculous. Now, because they are not illiterate backwoods people, they don't need to say according to so and so, according to so and so, according to so and so, according to so and so. They just write down the original source. Or if that particular person's stuff was not written down, then they'll write down that so and so said that so and so said. So they'll go back as far as they need to go. But they said the Gemara says, and they claim that that is the Mishnah, that is the oral Torah. So no, absolutely not. That was understood 100% and always has been as being the rationality of the individual rabbi. And as for the rabbi's consensus constraining Yahweh, there's a story called the oven of Acne or something like that, where they are deciding whether or not a particular oven is clean or unclean. And there is a consensus among all the rabbis except for one guy who says that it means that it's one or the other. And the rabbi says, no, the text clearly means this. And I call upon the Holy One himself to come and back me up that that's what the text means. And God appears and says, yes, that is what I meant the text to mean. And then the rabbi said, oh, but isn't the Torah here with us and not with you? And God goes, oh, well, you got me on that one. You guys out argued me. You're right. Even though I meant it to mean this, because there's a consensus, your interpretation holds. So,
This will be the last comment from Juan, I think. In Judaism, they don't have traceable chains going back to Moses. Well, yeah, they don't. In Islam, you don't have traceable chains going back to Muhammad. You have made
no,
up
you just make
chains.
them up.
Now, Judaism doesn't make up chains, but you're the one who said that the Quran endorses this. You're the one that said that the Quran endorses their behavior. So apparently, you're saying that the according to the Quran, not that the Quran actually does this, but according to the Quran, isnad chains are not necessary by your own logic. So what I don't understand what you even think your point is here. You just say random things. It's really freaking difficult to figure out what you're trying to say. You need to call into the show. That's what you need to do. When we open this up for callers, you need to call in and you need to explain why you think that you have made a point, because I cannot fathom what you even think you are disputing with us.
So because he is a slow child and he's very, very, very slow, he is trying to say that because the Mishnah is just quoted as the Mishnah, he can add anything to the Mishnah that he wants to. And that's totally false. The Gemara is the Mishnah, period. It has no chain because it's supposed to be the perfectly preserved oral Torah. If you're going to say that it's a perfectly preserved oral Torah, you don't need a chain for that. Everything that isn't Mishnah, that came from the minds of the rabbis, as everyone understood them to come from, and is not Mishnah, but comes from a particular dude's thoughts and reasoning, is cited as coming from him. If you want to declare, oh, this actually was Mishnah, and they just totally forgot it, and some guy just said something, and it was actually like he had the keys to the unseen that nobody else had, you're making him a prophet. So, no, Dwad, no. You are very disabled. That is really the only word for it. You are mentally disabled at this point because this is ridiculous.
He's vastly misunderstanding what Jews believe about their own text. He's vastly misunderstanding what the oral Torah is. He's vastly misunderstanding what the Quran says. And if he was right about everything, he still wouldn't have a point. I just do not understand what his point here, what he's trying to accomplish, unless all he wanted to do is say something and get his name on the screen. Man, that's the only thing I can figure out, because it doesn't help in the slightest, right? Nothing he said, even if it wasn't insanely stupid and literally one of the dumbest things he's ever said on this channel, which is saying a lot, it still wouldn't help him. I don't get it.
He wants to rescue what these guys are making up in the late 1st, 2nd, 3rd century and say that that genuinely comes from Moses through secret channels and happened to be genuinely brought in here. So,
but it doesn't have an isnad, Mary. But it doesn't have an isnad, which he told us that this is the oral Torah, right? Yes. When you were quoting it, which it wasn't, but he told you that like as some kind of justification for it, I guess. And then he follows that up by saying it doesn't have the isnad. So I guess you're not supposed to trust it. So he can't even make up his own mind about what his argument is.
Well, his argument is that because the part that is Mishnah does not have is the part that doesn't have an isnad. So the Mishnah that's from the Gemara, which is what the Sanhedrin said. So the traditions of the Sanhedrin are just all smushed together because that doesn't have an isnad. Whenever someone comes around hundreds of years later and just makes something up or rationally makes their own interpretation of something, that actually might be a hidden piece of it that nobody knew about. Apparently, they themselves didn't know about it. Not one of these guys think that they are giving oral Torah. None of them do. But apparently, he comes in through like secret channels and they don't even know that they are giving oral Torah, but somehow they are because the just comes to them. And
Mary, hold on. Let me speak first.
Go ahead.
Ibn. Okay, so someone pointed out that Muhammad wipes his own semen on his wall. And Ibn says, at least my God doesn't release semen. So can you please educate him about Allah and Allah's semen?
So Allah does indeed release semen. Allah releases semen from under his throne in order to resurrect the dead. That is how supposedly everyone will get resurrected, because Allah is so incompetent that he can't bring people to life unless he jizzes all over them. So your God releases semen on the last day, or otherwise everyone remains dead.
Mm-hmm.
But his sperm will fall to the ground like rain and saturate everything, and your body will be made up of your God's cum. That's what.
So Ibn, by your own logic, right? If God can't have semen, then you need to leave Islam right now, because you were trying to make some stupid childish comment based on the incarnation of Jesus, where he becomes fully man and thus has the properties of men, including semen, and accidentally, as happens so often on this channel, undermined your own God in the process, because you're claiming that if a God has semen, he must be a fake God created by human beings, or maybe you're claiming that semen is so disgusting and incompatible with God that he would never do something like that, or whatever other childish thing you have in your mind. Regardless, you made the assertion that your God doesn't have semen. Your God does have semen. It's an essential part of your doctrine. It's essential to the resurrection. You don't know your own theology. Leave Islam.
Yep. Now, your God doesn't have a butthole, and we don't know that he has a penis. We just know that he has gonads. So, not sure how the semen comes out, but it comes out. So, now let's move on to the buried one. That's 8 and 9. And when the buried one was asked for what sin was she killed. Now, this is universally explained in the Tafsir as being about newborn girls who are buried. And some of it's kind of stupid. They're like they would take their baby girls and feed them to the dogs, but the rational ones say that they're buried because how would they be buried if you feed them to the dogs? Like, it makes no sense. But anyway, um, the rational ones say that they were buried in the birthing pits by their Arab mothers. So how Arab women, until quite recently, even in the 20th, actually it's still happening in villages in Arabicized areas in Sudan. This is how women give birth. They will tie a rope in their across a room of their house, which has a dirt floor, or across the mud courtyard with mud walls so that they have privacy and stuff, and they will hang on to the rope and squat over a pit so that they have dug, so that all of their everything that comes out of you, whether or not it's your water when it breaks, or later on the afterbirth, or if you poop while you're pushing, and any blood or whatever, all of that falls into the pit. And then when you give birth to the baby, somebody's there to catch the baby, or if you're there alone, then you grab the baby out of the pit because the pit's not very deep. And if the baby's alive, then you care for the baby. If the baby's dead, the baby is typically buried today, right now in Sudan, under the floor of the house or the enclosure that the woman gives birth in. That's what happens to stillborn babies or miscarriages where you're laboring and then miscarry. That was what they did to the babies they didn't want to keep, who were typically little girls. Now, this is supposed to show, so the answer to this question is supposed to be that she's killed for no sin at all. That is the universal answer. Now, that's odd because there's an asking motif in the Quran, and it's usually about asking people who are sinful. Like when the people will be asked of this, and the people will be asked of that, and people will be asked of that. It's about, this is like extremely well-known stuff. I'm sorry that you don't know your own history, but this is not claims without evidence. There is an entire dissertation on the Sudan and its traditions that I have read about jinn possession, actually, that goes into detail about traditions. This is also in the Tafsir about how they were doing that then. And I said that there was another version where they would feed the babies to the dogs, which makes no sense because then you'd have nothing really much left to bury. I know this is really dark, guys. Sorry, Islam is dark. But this is a Tafsir. These are your sources. So anyway, the answer is
I think,
yep.
right, I think Scarface here, I'm assuming that's what his name is supposed to be. Let's just make claims without evidence. Our moron listeners will listen, or will eat it up. I think that he actually isn't describing us at all. He's describing.
That's what they call dawah.
Right? Just make claims without evidence. Moron listeners eat it up, and that's dawah. As far as our claims, there's abundant evidence and explanation and taught. Now, if he means the semen thing, right, the semen of Allah, we did just state that. We didn't provide the sources for that. But if you'd like to discuss those sources, Scarface, you can call in later and we'll bring them up for you. We're not just saying that.
Yeah, I
Uh,
just learned about the rooster of Allah today, so we will also talk about Allah's rooster if you bring
mhm,
that up. So
mhm,
Allah's
mhm,
got a pet
mhm.
rooster. Apparently, it
But
doesn't poop because
if you were ever talking about that, we technically didn't provide the evidence, but we have in previous shows, and we'd be
yep.
happy to do it again for you. If you're talking about any of the other claims, Mary's going through the evidence in detail, so I don't know what you're doing unless you're just leaving a blanket comment that indicates you haven't watched anything, you have no idea what's going on, and you hope someone is as stupid as you, and therefore will buy it.
Yep.
My God is not 33 years old. I don't know where you got that information from. Well, I do, right? You got it from an imam who told you that this was an argument to be made. No Christian would say, my God is 33 years old.
Well, that goes back to Muhammad being so stupid that he thinks that what Christians believe is that God had sex with Mary and then had a
Mhm.
baby son who was a baby God. I mean, if your Allah is that stupid, I understand that that would make you that dumb, but you really have no excuse to be. This is ridiculous. Come out of Islam so you can think clearly. Just
Uh,
stop it.
mhm.
It's
But if
making
my
you so dumb. You don't have to be.
But if my
So
God was 33 years old, he'd be 24 years older than Aisha when Muhammad climbed on top of her because.
She was 9 years old.
indeed.
All right.
Indeed.
Let's
All right.
focus on the subject here. Enough distraction from idiot Muslims in the chat.
All right. So now, here again, the weird part is when she was asked for what sin she was killed, that's a really weird phrase because when people are asked about their sins, just like whenever I've talked before about how a man will be not asked the reason for beating his wife because Allah is going to question people about sins, or the people of paradise will be questioning the people of hellfire about why they are there. So questioning is usually aimed toward a guilty person. And so it's a really odd phraseology here, but there is a universal agreement that the girl is not guilty. And I believe that there is, I didn't really go into it here because it gets a little bit technical, but there are some variants that change the grammar so that the mother you could possibly read it so that the mother is being asked why the child was killed, but it doesn't actually really fully work even then. But the reason why these variants were introduced is because usually a guilty person is asked about their sins. You don't ask innocent people about their sins. That would imply that Allah doesn't even know that they're innocent. So that explains yet another variant of this particular surah. Um, but I didn't pull all of these in because I don't want it to be
And
incredibly long. But
by
this
the
is
last comment.
supposed to show, according to, okay, he can go.
Yep, I was
What's
going to say,
behind?
probably the last comment from Ibn here. His vigorous intellectual response to everything we said is, shut up. This is the level of argument in Islam. Shut up. I don't have to be nice. I don't have to be on topic. I am your master. You are my demi. You shut up. I do what I want. No, not how it works here, buddy. You're the demi. In this channel, you are the demi. You will feel yourself subdued. You will feel yourself embarrassed, and you will be on topic, or you will be kicked out, which also you'll feel subdued and embarrassed about.
All right. So, anyway, in the interpretation of modern Muslims, not the ancient Muslims, but in the modern Muslims, this is supposed to show the justice that came to wisdom because of Muhammad. But first of all, it was their mothers killing them. So, like, it was the mothers in that particular pagan society. It was a woman doing it to another woman. So how is this justice to women? Um, secondly, this was already forbidden by the Hums, who were pagans. So Muhammad's own tribe was had founded this pagan version of religion that tried to adopt some of the more values of monotheism. So they forbade killing daughters. They also forbade taking women captive to be rape slaves. But Muhammad brought that back. So Muhammad just continued something that the pagan Quraysh had already done, and then reversed something else that was good for women. And third, it was already forbidden by Jews and Christians, who also made feticide illegal. So they're just imitating something that Jews and Christians already had. Why do you need Islam? Why can't you become Jewish or Christian and then have all of the good things? But Jews and Christians also made feticide illegal. Christians considered it almost always considered it murder. Jews considered it murder after a certain point, but before that point, it was still absolutely legal. Islam has never forbidden killing your baby before the soul is placed in it. Let's be clear again. Islam does not punish killing your baby before the soul is supposedly placed in your baby, which is like after a ridiculous amount of time, like 120 days. So you can still kill your child who is unborn in Islam before then. If you can find out that she's a girl, you can kill her. But in Islam, they aren't made male or female until the 120 days either, which is even funnier. So a non-Islamic reference to the custom of killing daughters is found in the South Arabian inscription of the 2nd century BC, so this is before Christianity, where the ruler of the city of Matira appears to be reacting to a current shortage of marriageable women by forbidding marrying women of the city to men outside the city, as well as forbidding female infanticide. So it's like, we're short on women. It is totally illegal for you to marry your daughters to anybody from outside the city because we're running out of women. You also can't kill them because we need them to grow up so that people can have somebody to marry. So that's not for a moral reason, it's for purely a practical reason. But this inscription kind of documents the practice of this female-oriented infanticide, that it was an actual tradition. Pretty interesting. If you happen to murder your daughter, though, then you only have to sacrifice a camel for her. This is in Ibn Kathir. It's also in some of the other exegetes, that it's not considered like murdering a random stranger as long as they're Muslim, right? Instead, it's only at the level of, oh, well, to make up for murdering your newborn child, sacrifice a camel. So much for elevating women. A baby.
Well, hold on, Mary. Hold on, Mary. As we already saw in the Quran, camels are more important than women. So if you're sacrificing a camel to make up for killing a girl, then you're actually sacrificing something of great value, and thus you are elevating the status of a woman, or of a female, I should say.
So we also have Amr, who reports Muhammad as saying, the woman who buries her alive, her newborn girl, and the girl who is buried alive will go where? Where will the girl who has not sinned go? Where would you think she would go? Thaddeus? Since it uplifts women, where would a murdered infant go?
Yeah, I mean, you would think that they would go to paradise. I mean, you'd think that anyway, but especially if they're being elevated to a higher status than they otherwise would be.
But hellfire, Sahih narration, all the little girls who were killed are in hell.
Oh, you see, it's their own fault for not having a Y chromosome and deserving to die. Therefore,
I guess
they go to hell. If they had just thought before they chose to not have a Y chromosome because their father didn't provide one in his semen, then they would have picked wisely and made it to paradise.
Something like that. But of course, we know that in Islam, it's the angel who comes down and writes whether or not they'll be male or female that actually matters.
Well, okay, that's true too, but still, it has nothing to do with the infant's choice, right?
No, it doesn't.
They don't choose to be female and therefore go to hell.
All right, I'm gonna take the dog out.
Yep, I'll take one of these super chats while you're doing that. From Denkworth Balthazar.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
Give generously. If you want Allah's goodly interest on his goodly loans, then make sure to give him some goodly loans. Dank Worf says, are you sure it isn't wadded up? So this would be in reference to the sun. Obviously, the super chat was made much earlier. Good pun there, though, since the pre-Islamic god Wad seems to have been transformed into Allah. If you don't know what I'm talking about, see previous episodes in this series. I don't remember the exact title, but if you look at the titles, you can probably figure out which one it is that we talk about that. Another super chat, this one from Jack Ray.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through his power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
Thousands of apples, thousands. Jack, you got your desired animation today. After the last interval, I was not expecting a stream today. Now my day is better. Well, I appreciate that, Jack. We should probably be going every Tuesday. I mean, every once in a while there'll be an exception. I had my annual fundraiser at work last Tuesday. Notice the word annual there, so that only happen once a year, and it's not necessarily always on Tuesday, but that's why we didn't go last week. But all the reasons that we didn't stream for those 3 weeks in a row are now in the past. Ibn, did I insult anyone except those who insult my prophet? So how can you blame me? Well, everyone insults your prophet, right? And just by not
Especially
being a
you.
Muslim. Yeah, you insult him.
You insult him by
but
pretending to
regardless of that, right?
lying
Regardless
about
of that, you need to follow the principle outlined in the Quran. That is, if your actions cause people to insult Allah, we can go ahead and add or as messenger, then you should refrain from doing those actions. You shouldn't be blaming us for insulting him. You should be blaming yourself for causing us to insult him. We weren't actually talking about Muhammad at all until you came in here and started to blast away. Then, and only then, did we insult Muhammad, right? So, I don't know. It seems that you're the one who caused it. You're the one who needs to answer to Allah. Not that Allah exists, but if he did, you'd be the one who would need to answer to him for causing us to do this way. And this will be the last comment that I address. You guys are obsessed with Islam. Like it lives, your heads rent free.
Let's bring up the next one. Let's talk
Okay.
about Muhammad and his treatment of his daughters. So I actually believe that Muhammad, nope, the raping. I believe that Muhammad
Okay, well,
raped
that was the next. That
Fatima.
one's actually too dumb. But
Yeah.
go ahead.
So you'll find in Islam, in Islamic society, something like a third of girls are sexually assaulted by their brothers, their fathers, their uncles. That's why I went to this immediately, because it's the kind of thing that he does. He did with his sister. If he gets married, he will do it to his daughters, because this is part of Islam. So Muhammad almost certainly was assaulting his daughter. And the reason why he wanted a tiny little baby girl is because his daughter had recently become sexually mature and he was more attracted to small children. And so he wanted a replacement for the last daughter who was growing up. He did not marry off his daughter, who was plenty old enough to get married in that culture. She wasn't a tiny baby child. He didn't marry her off until nearly a year after he had taken on Aisha, because he wanted to keep her till then. And then after that, he had a sexually charged, inappropriate relationship with Fatima that continued. He got into the marriage bed between Fatima and her husband. If that is not creepy, I don't know what is. Now, we are on topic.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
You need to stay on topic, or I will talk more about Muhammad's sexual proclivities. That
Yep,
will
yep, yep,
be
yep.
our
So,
topic for today if you keep this up.
so Ibn,
Yeah.
right?
So,
Here's the way it's going to work, right? You're going to get on top. Notice how this stream has gone down. Let me just outline this for everyone. We spent let's see, 2.5 hours. Well, let's say 2 hours and 15 minutes because we got a backdate to when Ibn first came in. We spent roughly 2 hours and 15 minutes having a calm intellectual discussion about the text of the Quran. Ibn comes in and he starts acting like, acting like a typical Muslim, acting like the way his
Umar,
prophet taught him to ask. Acting like Umar. And as a result, we responded in kind to him because he couldn't handle an intellectual discussion. He couldn't handle the subject at hand. He didn't have anything to say about the text of the Quran because he's probably never even read it, let alone thought about what it means. So he starts to elevate his level of insult and doesn't understand that we're perfectly fine with doing the same thing, right? We're we're perfectly fine with making this all about how disgusting and depraved and probably one of the sickest, most horrific human beings to ever live that Muhammad was. We don't have to do that, right? We don't have to talk about how sick and depraved and disgusting your prophet is because the text refutes itself, and we are happy to talk about the text. But if you want to talk about Muhammad, we'll talk about Muhammad. No problem. You just keep making comments like this because Mary is giving a vigorous intellectual argument. And your response is that Mary looks like a special kind of evil because her dad raped her. As if you could tell if someone was raped by their father by looking at them. How sick and disgusting is your mind that you look at someone and say, I bet that person has been raped by her father? Is it that rape of children is on your mind constantly? Is it because you're thinking about raping your own daughter and are projecting onto others? Do tell me. Do tell me why you are so obsessed with child molestation that that's the first thing you think of when you see someone.
because it's the first thing he thinks of when he sees a child at all. If he sees a female, he thinks about putting his penis in them because he can see them. Because that's what Islam teaches you, that if you can see a woman, you will think about putting your penis in her, which is why so many girls are just horribly, horribly abused in Islam as small children. Just
So,
like boys are targeted. If you are the son of a single mother, your father has died or divorced your mother, you will be sexually assaulted in a traditional Islamic society. But they pick out girls for these same treatments too, and they are treated in the same way because everything is so sexually charged and there is no goodness, there is no purity. There's only these odd rules and how you get away with everything that Allah has deemed that you'll get away with. And Allah has put all the zina in your heart, all the evil sexual transgressions in your heart that you'll commit. But Jawad, by the way, and I banned
yeah,
Muhammad for coming back.
right. I mean, this guy's such a genius that he goes to another account and then immediately tells us that he's on another account, as if we can't just hit block a second time. I mean, what a freaking genius this guy is. But I did also see Wad's comment, which, because of the distraction, I didn't bring up. But he's like, you're just repeating the same bad argument about rabbinic interpretation. Like, he can't even understand what you're saying.
Again, because you're really stupid, we will go over this one more time. The rabbis themselves had stuff that they considered to be Mishnah. They believed that it was oral Torah. So they had some stuff, they think it's oral Torah. They call it Mishnah. Then they have stuff that they know that is their own interpretation and they credit it to themselves. It is my interpretation that I say this. You are saying that whenever a rabbi says, this is my interpretation, because I see this, he is wrong. He doesn't know any better. Really, he has miraculously received the oral Torah unknowingly because he did not know that this is oral Torah. He does not know that this is Mishnah. He would never call it Mishnah. That would be blasphemy in his mind. But Jawad here, Jawad knows that it's actually Mishnah. And how do we know it's Mishnah? Because it ends up in the Quran. Well, apparently the Mishnah includes things like the seven sleepers of Ephesus, a Christian legend of centuries after uh, Jesus died and and rose from the dead. So centuries after Jesus, between Jesus and Muhammad, where there's not supposed to be any prophets, we know that it is written because according to Muhammad, Surah Al-Kahf, the Surah of the cave, is written in the Torah and the Injil. So it's written in the Jewish sources. So is the Torah also the Talmud? So apparently this is Talmud. Apparently this is Injil because Muhammad said it was.
And again, for Wad, nothing Mary has said has anything to do with making an argument about it being commentary or not. It doesn't matter whether it's Mishnah, whether it's oral Torah, whether it's Wad's imagination. It makes zero difference to what she's talking about, what is classified as.
Well, Jawad wants to pretend that he can shove Mishnah into the category of scripture. So if something's from the Mishnah, it can be a scripture. But the thing is, you can't bring absolutely anything that any rabbi ever farted out of his mind and say that that is Mishnah, because it's not. They did distinguish carefully between what is Mishnah and what is not. They kept the Mishnah and the Jerusalem Talmud and the Mishnah and the Babylonian Talmud are the same. The Mishnah was previously written down. It was written
Yeah,
down at the time of
you've
Jesus.
explained this 20 times. He doesn't care, right? He doesn't
And
care.
he doesn't care because he needs anything that any rabbi ever wrote down before Muhammad that Muhammad stole from to somehow be scripture.
So Ibn managed to come out of his timeout and said, keep talking like whore you're grown to be. I put him back in timeout. But we just need to know, Ibn, since I know you're actually listening and you've commented on what I've said multiple times, do you want this book to be destroyed live on air as a result of your actions? You come back, you make another insult, you attempt to distract, you make another comment about how you made the stream all about you or whatever else, no problem. We'll continue to make it about you and your book, and you'll have to answer to your so-called God and your so-called prophet in your prayers when you talk to both of them, because you prayed to Muhammad, even though he's a dead human being, according to you, why you are personally responsible for the destruction of his holy word. I'm not going to destroy it unless you come back and ignore my warning, but I have no problem destroying him. So you've been warned. I will not tolerate anything else. Again, you are the dhimmi in this relationship. You have no ability to control what I do. I do have the ability to control what you do.
And by the way, there is no concept of marriage in Islam. There is only the purchase of women for sexual access. That is the definition of prostitution. Your mother is a whore. Every Muslim woman is a whore because she is made to be a whore by the religion. That is why divorce acts as it does. That's what the mahr is for. That's why she is paid for out of your father's wealth. She is paid for, bought. Her vagina is bought for his use. Her uterus is rented to bear his children that he is responsible for paying for, because there is only prostitution and slavery, which are closely related. So, quote, marriage, unquote, is considered to be by the jurists of Islam to be the sister uh, uh, institution to slavery, because it's about buying access to a woman. That's why there's nikah muta. That's why Muhammad introduced it, which is just prostitution where you agree on a price ahead of time and an end date.
Mhm.
That's why it was so easy to bring in, because it works with the Islamic concept of the farce of Islamic marriage. That's why you have things like, well, of course, a man can't possibly care for a fat, ugly old woman the way he would a beautiful one with just budding breasts. Where you have in your tafsir, like my duty, nonsense like that. How could a man love an ugly old woman? Because it's not about a marriage and it's not about love. It's about lust and buying access to a woman. Every Muslim woman is reduced to prostitution. The bride price is paying for her vagina, for her exclusive use for a while, like a mule that is rented or like a whore that is rented. She can't go off and have sex with other men in the same way that your whore can't run off in the middle of the time that you've paid for her and have sex with other men. That is what Islamic marriage is. It is a farce. It destroys the idea of decent relationships between men and women. So,
All right. So, in the interest of having a chance to let Muslims call in, let's avoid any further distraction. Unless, of course, well, actually, he already came back and he answered. I was going to say, unless he comes back and continues his behavior, but he says, I will not anymore, but do not dare touch that book's in the word of your creator. Well, not in the words of my creator, but, you know, because Muhammad's not my creator and he's the one who wrote this book. But I appreciate you agreeing to stop with your behavior. So I won't be destroying the Quran tonight.
if you continue to behave. So, the spread out pages are also significant. And when the pages were spread out and when the sky was stripped off. Now, this is rooted in 7th century and South Arabian culture, where pages were originally made of pond frond ribs. Now, interestingly, this isn't a scroll. As it would have been in the source material, because the source material is all referencing scripture, which always refers to scrolls because codices hadn't been invented yet. Like a book with pages, like a literal book with pages, had not yet been invented. South Arabian culture, they were originally stacks of palm fronds, so they're like these kind of rectangular, not very wide things. So they're not like a book, like a codex. But the pages were originally made of palm fronds, and that's why they're spread out, because you would spread out various pages. This is often translated as an unrolled scroll or scripture to make a parallel that isn't there. But the pages right next to the sky being stripped off is suggestive that the original source is Isaiah 34:4, mediated through a hymn and then garbled by Muhammad. And that the original would have been, all the stars of heaven will be dissolved, the skies will be rolled up like a scroll, and the stars will fall like withered leaves from the vine, like foliage from a fig tree. Because you have kind of the sky being stripped together with a spread out pages.
Oh my gosh, Ollie. I stopped coming to stop talking about Islam. That wasn't the agreement. We'd stop insulting Muhammad, right? We're allowed to talk about Islam. You can't tell us not to talk about Islam. We won't be insulting. We won't be childish like you. But that doesn't mean that we're going to stop talking about Islam.
Yeah, just utter nonsense. All right, pages and scrolls going on. So this is associated through misinterpretation as a biblical type of scroll unrolling, such as in Revelation, despite the different terms used. You can use like unfolded for spread out, that's possible, but it can also be like you have a stack and they're all like flattened out. It could also be a reference to the book of life found in Philippians 4:3, Revelation 3:5, etc., or a book in which all the deeds of men are recorded, which features prominently in Islamic ahadith, and it's found in Revelation 20:12. And I saw the dead, great and small, standing before the throne, and books were opened. Then another book was opened, which is the book of life, and the dead were judged by what was written in the books according to what they had done. Now, this deed register is also found in the parables of Enoch. Again, this is not scripture, by the way. In those days I saw the head of day sitting on the throne of his glory, and the books of the living were opened before him. And in Enoch's epistle, these are both different sub portions of the Ethiopian book of Enoch, 98, 7 through 8. And do not think in your mind or say in your heart that you do not know, and do not see that every iniquity is recorded in heaven every day before the Most High. From now on you will know that all your iniquities that you commit are recorded every day until the day of your judgment. Now, you also find this in the Talmud Rosh Hashanah 16b. 3 books are opened on the new year, one for the ungodly, one for the utterly pious, and one for the mediocre. The utterly pious are immediately written and sealed for life, the utterly ungodly are immediately written and sealed for death, and the mediocre remain in limbo from the new year until the day of atonement. For if they had made a merit, they are committed to life, and if they have not made a merit, they are committed to death. You also find the same idea in the post-2nd century ascension of Isaiah 9:20 to 23. And he said to me, all that happens in this world in that world is made known here. And while I was yet talking to him, behold, one of the angels stood by, more glorious than the glory of the angel that brought me up into this world who came. And he showed me books, but not like the books of this world. And he opened them, and on the books were written, the deeds of the children of the Israel written in them, and the deeds of such as you know, my son Joshub. And I said, truly nothing is hidden in the seventh heaven of what happens in this world. It's also found in the apocryphal 2nd Baruch 24:1 of the 1st or 2nd century AD. For behold, the days come, and the book shall be opened, in which are written the sins of all who have sinned, and also again the treasuries in which the righteousness of all those who have been righteous in creation is gathered. Now Zoroastrian has the idea of an account registry, but it appears not as a record of every act, but more as a balance sheet. And it might be fully abstract, like even in the visions you don't have. There was an entire genre of Zoroastrian heaven and hell tourism that occurred fairly late in the classical era, and even in that you don't have a place where people like looked at an account, but you just have references to an account being kept. And so it seems more like an account book than like a written record of everything. So
before you go on, 2 comments. One, you might have told me it was only 31 slides, Mary, but I don't think it counts when you put that much text on a slide.
I'm on 22 now.
And then Andrew Martin said, Mo had access to the Jewish scrolls. He destroys one in the Hadith. So
yeah,
relevant to what you're saying here.
He got access to stuff later on. I don't think he had access at this point except to the one. I think he had access to only 2 things at the time of Waraqah and the early stuff. I think he got more access later because he got Ibn Thabit to learn how to read Syriac, and he supposedly learned it in like 14 days. To do what? To read all the religious books and then report to Muhammad what they said so that he could include stuff in them. So
Andrew also said that, interestingly, the angels record the deeds of humans, while Al-Haha records the deeds of the animals. Al-Haha, the bird watcher.
Yes, that is true. He does indeed watch birds for some reason, which is pretty funny. All right, so if you go, and then, here we go. Yeah, to the exegetes, the Islamic exegetes, the sheets are the sheets of the dead in which the recording angels wrote down the deeds of their assigned people, both good and evil, which will be folded up with death and will be published, made known on the day of resurrection. Then they will be unfolded. So what's meant here is, according to them, when the pages were spread out, they mean it to be like they were folded up and all the individual pages are all spread out, because when you die, they're folded up and then they get opened up again on the day of resurrection. The book does not leave out anything small or great without counting them. This is an al-Qurtubi, which would then fly into the hand of the one whom it belongs, so that each person will have a record of their own deeds in their own hands. Now, Muhammad explains to his wife Salama, who is scandalized about people being gathered naked and barefoot in full view of one another at the resurrection. Remember, this is gathering. The people are gathered after they are resurrected. So they are resurrected naked and they are gathered. And Salama is like, what, the women too? We're all going to be naked? And he said the people would be too busy. And the standard hadith that you get and the hadith collections, it just pretty much stops that they'll be too busy at that point. But what they'll be too busy doing is recorded in Al-Qurtubi, that they'll be busy reading from the records of their own deeds. So they'll be so busy reading about all the bad stuff they've done that they won't notice everybody else being naked.
Mm-hmm. So just to be clear, are these people naked before or after Allah has spilled his semen all over them to bring them back to life?
Afterwards.
All right, just wanted to
Now,
clarify.
what's really odd is that you'll still have all the marks of jihad on you, but you will be uncircumcised.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if Allah has a penis, is Allah circumcised? That's an interesting question.
Well, he was just naturally born without a foreskin.
But then why would you be resurrected with one then, if that's something that you shouldn't have? Very interesting question, you know? Anyway, pages and scrolls. Oh wait, we've already done that. So that's a particularly funny one, because I love Solomon going, wait, even the women will be naked, we'll all be naked in front of each other. He's like, you will be too busy to notice. You'll be reading the records of all the stuff that you did. Okay, so then the kindling of the inferno, when the inferno is set blazing. The kindling of hellfire is a specifically Quranic idea, as the fire is already burning in Christian scripture. And this is from Matthew 25:41. Then he will say to those on his left, depart from me, you cursed, into the eternal fire, which is prepared for the devil and his angels. This may have come from an original reference in the hymn to the kindling of fire on earth, as Jesus says in Luke 20:49, I came to cast fire on earth and wood that were already kindled. There's also a possibility that he misunderstood the past tense here, thinking that was a prophetic past tense, maybe, so thinking that it was going to have happened. So Allah's circumcision is not
yes,
like our
John has
circumcision,
answered your
brother.
question.
Oh my gosh.
Allah's hands are not like our hands. We know he has hands, but we don't know what they're like, and so on and so forth. So Allah's circumcision is not like our circumcision. We know he has one, but we don't know what that means. It's just words with no meanings. And this is the beauty of Islam.
Yep. All right. And then it says, and when the garden was brought near. And this actually has garden singular. Some of the other earlier passages would have gardens plural. But this one has a singular garden, paradise. Now, the collapse of heaven and earth into a single place is pivotal in Christian scripture, as in Revelation 21. There is a new heaven and a new earth. That should be new. And as a part of that, God dwells with men, meaning that the places are an intersection in the new creation. But the Quran has no such concept. So in the Hadith, the garden and hellfire literally brought into proximity of the earth. And hellfire, at least, is brought on that day with 70,000 reins, each rein carried by 70,000 angels. So the angels are literally dragging hell, which is a physical place, close to the earth. I don't know of any source that explains how heaven is brought near, whether or not it's being dragged or drops or the earth is moved or whatever. But hellfire, at least, is brought with ropes being pulled by angels. And then the final line of that section is, then a soul knew what it brought. And the then isn't there, but because if all this happens, and then this is the last bit, in English, you really have to put it in there. It makes no sense. And that means that's understood to be what was written on his page. So he has his page in his hand, so he knows what he's brought because he's got his page with all his deeds on it. Now, here is where the surah continues with shirk, our favorite passages where Allah himself commits shirk. So nay, I, Allah, swear by the fleeing ones, the runner sweeping, and by the night when it darkens, and by the dawn when it breathes. So we know that swearing by other than Allah is shirk. No one can, and yet some will say, well, but Allah can do it. Well, you swear by one that is greater than you. So Allah is swearing by something that's greater than him. If it's not shirk, then why is he Allah? Now, no one can agree about what the fleeing ones in the
Clearly, creation's greater than Allah, obviously,
yeah,
Mary.
Apparently so. Apparently so. So, no one can agree about what the fleeing ones and the runners sweeping are, whether or not they're planets specifically, because a star was used in a generic sense for either the wandering stars, the planets, or all stars. So whether or not this is specifically the planets or the stars in general, or wild cows, antelopes, or gazelles, or even angels. I think I have a little bit more on that later. Even the night darkening confuses some of the exegetes. Does it mean darken at the end of the day, or darken metaphorically, meaning draw to a close? So that would be like the end of the night. Generally speaking, they settle on the first one, not the second. Now, this is one of the most excellent of the literary passages. It has a consistent rhyme. It has a nice feel to it, has nice sounds without doing idiotic repeating of the exact same word in different forms. It is by far, it has this kind of evocative language, if you understand what it means, which apparently no one does. No one's like, they're not 100% sure. But here's the thing, while it's the best literarily, it's among the most confusing literally. And that's a massive defect of the perfect book that's supposed to be clearly explained. If its perfection is supposed to be in its literary merit, then the literary merit should not be a source of confusion and argument. It ought to be beautiful and clear. It shouldn't be dense and confusing. So, yeah, and I didn't go through. So, whether or not these are wild cows or gazelles is based upon a word similar to runners can mean little girls, sometimes slave girls. And so they're metaphorically and they're connecting it, even though it's not the same word, they're still conceptually connecting it to a similar word that means little girls, human girls, or slave girls. It's the same word that means both, can mean both of those things. And are saying that it means female creatures because of that. And the sweeping is like the head of the animal sweeping across the ground to eat. And, since they flee, then they run away because they're scared of things and disappear into places, and their necks sweep out and they're female. So it's about cows and antelope and gazelles. Even though a normal reading, if you just read this whole thing together, I swear by the fleeing ones and the runner sweeping, and then it went to night, then you would think that it was stars. Like when I first read it, I was like, oh, this is metaphorically about stars, even in English. And in Arabic, the idea that they're sweeping from view and things like that, yeah, it works. It works metaphorically. But some of these guys are like really, really, really set on this cow language. And one guy even called Ali a liar for saying that has to do with the planets. So yeah, they're running cows.
Running cows, running cows.
Like I think it was Ibn Abbas was like ticked at Ali, like he is a liar. These are not planets. I'm like, wow, that's some strong language for something that really doesn't matter.
Well, and the fact that planetary bodies makes a heck of a lot more sense than cows. Just saying. Like, where does it? I mean, where do you even get the freaking idea that would be a cow, right?
Well, again, it's because the word that is runners here, it is Arabic. So those people who think that this might be a place where it isn't Arabic, no, it is Arabic. It actually is Arabic, but it's a pretty obscure word. It's
Oh,
like,
you're saying that the word itself could
the word
imply
itself
cow.
is kind of obscure. It is a truly an Arabic word.
Gotcha.
It actually means runners. It does mean that, but it's very similar to a word that means young girls or slave girls. And because that's a female word and the sweeping, they take it to mean cows. And I was wrong. Ali thought it was angels, and that's why
Okay, well, angels I could
we're all
see.
supposed to be male, right?
Right.
And if the reason that you're saying that it could be an angel is because there's this female word in there, then like that would upset Islamic tradition, right? So that's why he got so pissed. Now I remember. Like he was just like furious at this, and it's probably because of the female angels. Even though Muhammad said that the daughters of Allah are angels, you still can't have female angels in Islam. Yet the Quran itself says that those who are credited as being Allah's daughters are actually angels. To be more clear, so
Sure
even
it
make
ain't so.
yeah.
Sure it ain't so, Mary.
So and then here's a bit more shirk in this one. So let's go through the next few verses. Indeed, it is surely the speech of a generous apostle. And remember, the it, once again, has no antecedent. Muhammad has not picked a name for his revelation, so it like doesn't have an antecedent hardly anywhere. Possessor of power with the possessor of the throne secure. Obeyed, moreover, trusty, and your companion is not jinn possessed, and he certainly saw him on the clear horizon, and he is not a withholder of the unseen, and it is not the speech of a stoned Satan. So it gets really interesting in here because this is the speech of a generous apostle. I thought it was a speech of Allah. We haven't gotten to that yet. At this
Mm-hmm.
point, it's only the speech of the generous apostle.
Mm,
Possessor of
mm.
power. Who's the possessor of power? Why, that's the apostle. Muhammad is the possessor of power.
Wait, sorry. I'm just
Grammatical,
wrapping
yes.
my head around this, right?
Hmm.
This is speaking of the Quran, right?
Yep. Even without an antecedent, the it is surely that is what he's saying now. The Quran. Yep.
And it uses the exact phrase that it uses to describe itself, speech of Allah, speech of generous apostle.
It is the speech of a generous apostle. Yes.
How have I not known this?
Because
Right?
it's
Like,
buried in there. It's buried in there.
but
And
I mean, here, right?
yeah.
Muhammad, let's
Hmm.
say, is claiming that
Yes.
the Quran is his speech,
Yes.
that he is
A
under
possessor
the
of power.
inspiration of God, or you know, whatever, right? He's some sort, but it's not like the pre-existent eternal word of Allah that Gabriel gave him, and he's
Yep.
just repeating. He's saying it's his speech.
Yes. And he is a possessor of power in here.
Yeah, that would have to be right because that modifies generous apostle, possessor of
Yes, it does.
power,
And then it
eh,
says with
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 the possessor of the
the
throne,
possessor of
right?
the throne secure. So it's Muhammad's speech along with Allah who's helping him out. Now, this obeyed, moreover trusty, once again, is talking about the main, it's talking about uh, Muhammad again. So Muhammad is the one who is obeyed and who is trusty. And a lot of times this will be translated as obedient, but it's not, it's obeyed. Now, let's see if I talk about the, I'm going into,
Yeah, but
I'll go into a
so
lot more detail in a moment on that.
yeah, that
But
that's fine. But before you continue,
mhm.
how did the dishonest translations handle this verse? Did they like
They
add a bunch
actually
of
do
words?
say it is surely the speech of a generous apostle or a noble apostle. They'll flat out say that and just hope you don't notice because you can't really do anything with it except for that.
Well, they
Like,
could say like it's the speech given to the generous apostle or
nope,
something like that.
they don't.
Wow. And
Um,
as Houston points out, 22 is confirming that, right? Because your companion is not jinn possessed. Well, that
yep,
only makes sense if he's the one doing the writing, because the jinns possess the person doing the writing, right?
or
So,
speaking, yeah,
or yeah, I mean, delivering the poetry, which is right
right,
now. So this is clearly stating that the Quran is Muhammad's speech.
yep.
Wow.
I know, right? I'm just like Thaddeus several times is just like, "Are you serious? Is this here?" But
I
this
mean,
is just
it's so
early acknowledgement.
obvious. It's so obvious. How is this
Yep.
not like
Well,
something that?
he hasn't yet introduced the theology that he would later say. Here, he is just enabled by Allah to produce this. He's enabled. He's the warner who is empowered to produce this. See, he's the possessor of power. He's been given power, presumably by Allah, to reveal this.
Mhm.
Um, and your companion is not jinn possessed. Why isn't he jinn possessed? What's the evidence for this? Keep in mind. Next is going to come the evidence that he's not possessed by jinns. Why? Because certainly he saw him on the clear horizon. So Muhammad is not jinn possessed because he saw someone on the clear horizon. Next line, and he is not a withholder of the unseen. Who is it who has the power over the unseen? It ought to be Allah, where Allah is not the withholder of the unseen. So either it's saying that Muhammad here has the power to possibly be a withholder of the unseen and prevent it from being revealed to people, or else it's saying that he saw Allah.
Mm-hmm.
Because Allah is the only one who's supposed to have the keys to the unseen. Over and over and over again, there's this emphasis on Allah's power over the unseen and no one else having that authority. So, who does Muhammad see on the horizon? It's Allah. I have
Yeah, I mean,
truly
it has to be,
seen.
I think, right?
Well, it gets even more explicit in a different reference to his seeing of seeing Allah. But of course, this is reinterpreted to be Jibreel. But there's no Jibreel in here.
Right.
It's the possessor of the throne, and that's the only other person. And I'll explain to you where they shoved Jibreel in a second, which will just blow your mind because he is not there in any way. He's just like hammered in there sideways to try to make a previous reference to him so it makes any sense whatsoever. And it's not the speech of a stone Satan. So why? Because he genuinely saw a Merkabah vision. Since he saw God on the horizon, that's proof that this belongs to the genre of genuine revelation, not to the genre of jinn-possessed babbling. So, and yeah,
just to clarify for Islam ultimate truth here, since he apparently is incapable of understanding the argument, he says, what's the verse which says Quran is word of Muhammad? Well, you tell me who. It says it's surely the speech of a generous apostle. You tell me who the generous apostle is, if not Muhammad. You're right, it doesn't say the word Muhammad, but you tell me who the generous apostle is. This is surely the speech of.
Yeah, and this is Surah 81.
Verse 19. 81,
Verse
19.
19.
So I hope that he'll answer on that.
And notice that Muhammad is being identified here for the first time as something other than a mere warner. He's now being called an apostle, and sometimes translated as messenger, and it's translated as messenger to obscure the fact that it means apostle. Why would you obscure that? Because it's so important that he's called apostle, because it's chosen over the title of prophet here, while in Hebrew scripture, messenger, malak, is a term of a role that may be fulfilled by divine beings, in which case the word is translated as angel, which is still a job description, though a technical one, rather than a label of a type of being, or it could be fulfilled by any human being. He's just a messenger. He's just working on behalf of anyone from God down to the most ordinary of men, with the latter being by far the most common use. It's almost always, with just a few exceptions that are themselves prophetic, that the messenger is a messenger from men to men. And the Hebrew scripture then is never used as a technical term for human working on behalf of God, only as a rare descriptive term. The most important passages concerning human messengers who work for God are found in Malachi, where the priests are called the messengers of the Lord of hosts because they teach people about God in Malachi 2:7, and then most significantly in 3:1, in which both a person working on behalf of God and God himself are called messengers. And this is the messenger of the covenant, being God himself. Like the messenger will come into uh, the messenger of his own covenant. Um, so the use of a synonym of messenger in a technical religious sense is reserved for Christian Greek scripture, which uses two words for describing the followers of Jesus: disciples, that just means students, an existing rabbinical term, and apostles, meaning sent ones, that's being a synonym of messenger. While apostle is used in a generic sense multiple times in the Greek scriptures by writers who also use it in the technical sense is the dominant one because Jesus Christ called 12 of his disciples and specifically named them his apostles, and he equated apostles to servants of God in his paraphrase of Jeremiah 7:25, found in Luke 11:49. The concept of apostleship in general, that is, sending out, the sending out theological basis for the naming of the 12, is repeatedly mentioned in the Gospels, such as Matthew 9:38, 10:16, 23:24, Mark 5:10, 6:7, Luke 10:2, 11:49, 11-12, and John 20:21. The use of Rasul to refer to a technical religious role is therefore a parallel to Christian and not Jewish terminology. Indeed, Rasul is not from the same root as messenger, angel of Hebrew, which exists only in the latter meaning in Islam, malak. The general sense being entirely lost. Rather, Rasul means an emissary, which is an exact match to sent one / apostle. Translations attempt to avoid the technical Christian word apostle because it implies a parallel position between Muhammad and Peter, Paul, Thomas, and the others of the 12 apostles. But Christian usage is precisely the origin of the specific word that was chosen, and so it is deceptive to avoid making the equivalence in translation. So the fact that Muhammad is an apostle means that Muhammad saw the apostles as genuine messengers of God, which means that all the crying and sobbing and carrying on about Paul or Peter or James cannot be borne theologically because Muhammad takes their title, not the title of Isaiah.
Hmm. So you're saying he's not taking the title of prophet, he's taking the title of apostle.
Here, this
Basically.
first time that he ever has a title other than Warner, it is apostle. It is not
Well, that's
prophet.
true. His primary title for himself is Warner, right? And, which isn't
In the
really a title,
Quran,
I guess. It's
but
I'm
it's
just a
Rasul
Warner,
Allah.
just a
He
Warner.
asked to be called apostle of Allah. That was
Right,
his.
right.
If you just looked at him and you addressed him, you did not say Nabi Allah, right? You said
Uh-huh.
Rasul Allah.
Right. And so originally, right, he says, I'm just a messenger. I'm just a
No, just a
Warner.
Warner. Yeah.
Sorry, I misspoke. I meant to say Warner. I'm just a Warner. I'm no one special. I'm just reminding you of stuff that you already know.
Yep.
And then he becomes the apostle, this person who's specially chosen to fulfill a role. But he doesn't claim the role of prophet. That's assigned to him later after his death, right? That
Oh no,
Muslims eventually.
prophet's in there too. Later on, the Quran uses the terms prophet. So Islamic theology tries to divide a prophet from a messenger. Say, oh, messengers, they're the ones who come with something written, and prophets don't come with a written text and are just warners. But in reality, in the Quran, you have warners who are one category, and prophet and messenger are the same category. Messenger or apostle is not a subset of prophet in the Quran. You can't read it that way. So they tried to
Right,
like
yeah. I'm not
move
talking about.
Nabi over to Warner,
Right. And we
but
know that's
you can't.
nonsense. I wasn't referring to that. I was just trying to figure out
Well, he
the
just hasn't
self
used it yet.
titles,
It's the
right?
first
Okay, so
time
he
that he's
does
used it,
eventually, right? He does
but he'll
eventually, but it's
yeah,
the last title he adopts. Yes,
he'll use it interchangeably for
got you.
uh, for Rasul. Rasul is a primary word, and then he'll use Nabi interchangeably for it later on. But again, the fact that he uses Rasul, that he's addressed as Rasulullah, that's a Christian term, and that itself verifies the validity of the Christian apostles, although there was never any question about that in the early Islamic sources, that there are Christian apostles, that followers of Isa were apostles.
Mhm.
It's flatly stated. They
And
just
just
it
a
just
quick,
makes them very uncomfortable because it destroys Islam. So later they
well,
tried to like wiggle around out of it.
I mean, that happens daily on every subject we talk about. But just a quick interruption here. Everyone, if you could please pray for Una. She's about to do battle with the toilet jinns. So,
Make sure you step in first with the left foot and step out first with the right foot, or else they'll get you. They'll
mhm.
get you. All right. So the stoned Satans seems really odd. Very often it's translated as cursed Satans. And that uses some interpretation, but it means stone Satan. And we'll explain why it actually is stone Satan here. So the root is related to stones or rocks. The direct translation is stone Satan. That's an interpretation that is especially supported by the statement that the stars are thrown rocks hurled at Satan, which
Mm.
is in
Hmm.
Quran 67:5. And that's further reinforced by a hadith about Allah throwing stars at jinn who try to come too close to heaven. There are some superficial parallels of angelic beings and stars or other light that are initially suggestive in other scriptures and other extra biblical writings and stuff. But there is no correspondence in existing literature to the pattern of anything, much less stars being thrown at falling angels. Nothing. So Julien Descharnot, he wrote a book that's generally quite good called Creation and Contemplation, and then he just utterly butchers this section by totally mischaracterizing a number of texts. I looked up all the original texts, and he just is wrong about what they're about and what they say, and he confuses the souls of the dead who rise up in the Talmud and like listen in on the future plans of God and then come back down and discuss it amongst themselves to somehow being related to fallen angels and just like stuff of that level that's just bad nonsense. And to try to explain it, but that's not the explanation. Instead, the explanation is it is a direct borrowing of that term, of the description of Satan as being stoned that's in the Ethiopic. Because in the Ethiopic, this word stoned, which literally still means stoned, it acquired the meaning of cursed in a general sense. And it is used to describe Satan in Genesis 3:14 and in Matthew 25:41, and was just kind of like a phrase that Ethiopic people used about cursed Satan. Instead of saying cursed Satan, they would say stoned Satan. And that's just
Mm.
the word that
Hmm.
they used. And this phrase appears in the poetry of Umayyah ibn Asalt, who was the warner of Taif, who was trying to tell everybody that they needed to pay attention and follow God and all the rest of this stuff. And so he he uses the word in the same sense, not with shaitans, but he says Eden in which no accursed person sees, and that's considered by most experts to be a genuine text. So it seems like the Ethiopic slaves around here had used the word to mean accursed, such that it got kind of absorbed by people in contact with them. But Mohammed, when basically asked, well, why are they called stoned Satans, rather than saying, oh, that just means accursed, he made up an entire story to go along with it that Allah is throwing stars at Satans. So he invented this colorful story
Hmm.
to
Hmm.
show his deep knowledge of unseen things and that sort of stuff, whenever it really only meant to the Ethiopic person who was using this
Hmm.
cursed.
Cursed. So that's very interesting, right? So you have an idiom that makes its way into the Quran. The eternal speech of Allah uses a human idiom. And instead of just saying, yeah, it's an idiom, right? So the translation, right? You said some translations make it cursed, which would actually be appropriate because it would convey the idiomatic meaning, except that Muhammad said it didn't mean that, right? That's the
Right.
gist here.
Yeah. He said that, oh, it means Allah throws stones at them. That's why they're called stoned.
All
Yeah.
right. Good to know. So I just have one question. Do you think we
Hmm.
should stone our own Satans?
I think we have to try it first.
Sorry, I cannot not do that clip. We're talking about stoning. Come on.
Nice. Nice. Um, so we're going back to that verse again to kind of connect everything together. And it is not the speech of a stone Satan. What is that? He's talking about the Quran just without antecedent, because he has no antecedents in any of these sections where he talks about the Quran for quite a while. Then it goes, so where are you going? And that just kind of is thrown out there and kind of doesn't rhyme with anything, but let's forgive that now. And that basically means like, where are you going? What are you doing? What path are you on? So it's kind of like this just rhetorical question. It sounds odder in English than it would in Arabic to the people of the time. But it is not but a reminder unto all sentient ones. So remember, this whole thing that's a speech of Muhammad is a reminder to all sentient ones. We're still talking about the Quran here, what we call it now, right? Or what there was of it at the time. From whomever would will to be upright. But will you shall not accept that Allah wills the Lord of the sentient ones. So he says specifically that this is a reminder to everyone who wills to be upright, to do the right thing, to go the right way, to go the straight way, to be set on the straight path, right? So we have more of this reminder theology, which I mentioned before was kind of an entrenched part of both Christian and Jewish expression, just with an Islamic twist that's developing at this time. But notice that 28 asserts free will clearly from whomever would will to be upright. This is a reminder for everyone who wills to be upright. And there is the only kind of circumstances of revelation that are in this entire thing are concerning this next verse, which is hilarious because apparently Abu Jahal, I keep calling him Abu Jahal, but he isn't Jahal, he's Abu Jahl. That's it. He doesn't have it's wrong H. Sorry. But anyway, according to the Tafsir, Allah had to revise his eternal book because Abu Jahl said, hey, so I can will to be upright. What if I will not to be? Then, so I can do whatever I like, right? And this was being challenged to Muhammad after after 619, whenever Abu Talib died, and Muhammad went through this whole thing. Oh, why doesn't he believe? Why didn't he believe me? And then Allah suddenly told him, oh, it's up to me whether or not people believe. Because remember, if this had been part of the theology before this point, Muhammad wouldn't be moping around going, oh, what did I fail to say? Why did I fail to convince him? The theology that Allah is the one who determines who follows Islam or who follows Muhammad's speech or Allah's ideas, although I don't think he's actually Allah until this point either. But anyway, until then, it was all free will, and these things had to be added in. So he was still reciting that this is a reminder unto all sentient ones who, for whomever would will to be upright, when Abu Jahl challenged him and go, oh, I thought that it was Allah who determined who follows and who doesn't. Haha, I guess we can do whatever we want. And then Allah apparently then remembers to add more to it and adds the last verse of the surah, which is, but will you shall not accept that Allah wills, the Lord of the sentient ones. And another piece of evidence that this is late Meccan, aside from suddenly using Allah whenever there is no Allah anywhere else in any of this early stuff. Do we see Allah? No, we do not. Do we see Allah? No, we do not. Where is Allah? Here?
Yeah, it was all like Lord
nope.
and
all...
Creator and
yep.
such. No term Allah.
So no Allah here. And yet suddenly on the very last verse, he's Allah. It's a late addition and a late revision. And also we have this fun phrase, Lord of the sentient ones. And this is one of the most hilarious parts of the Quran because the word, Muhammad borrowed a word from the Jews at this point that means that in Jewish was from olam, which means ages or forever, like ages and ages, amen, or forever and ever, amen, and all those things. That all of that stuff originates from the Hebrew olam. And because that is similar to an Arabic word meaning knowledge or thinking or whatever, Muhammad thought that this word referred to not Lord of the ages, but Lord of the sentient beings, the jinn and men. And several places in the Quran uses it as a replacement for jinn and men. So Muhammad heard a word used by Jews in their liturgy that there's a Lord of this, Lord of the ages is what it meant. he misunderstood the meaning. He borrowed the word, misunderstood the meaning, and then applied the meaning to a bunch of places in the Quran where it has to have this fake meaning that he made up because it sounds similar to a word about being knowledgeable. So that's one of my favorite bits of the Quran is this garbled, misunderstood Lord of the ages becoming Lord of the sentient ones, and sentient ones running around as if like that's what it means instead of ages. So there you go.
So, yep. So, question here. Well, it's not a question from Andrew, but it will become a question from me. He says, so different from the Sahih International for verse 29, which says, and do not will except that Allah wills, Lord of the worlds. However, you're saying that this is a late interpolation, or probably by Muhammad himself, right? That he adds this to
Late Meccan.
contradict, yeah,
Yeah.
to contradict the idea that you have free will, right? So the Sahih International is more clear. Basically saying you can't do it. You can't will anything except what Allah allows you to will.
Well, that's what
Taking
I'm
away the
saying
free
here.
will.
No, it's the
But
same thing. So
yeah, that's what my
yeah.
question was for you. Is that what you're getting at as well? But will you shall not could be like you shouldn't, right? You shouldn't will anything except what Allah
No.
wills.
Shall is
I,
future.
right. Okay. Yes.
Or here.
Uh,
I'll just
right. So in English, right, shall actually is supposed to be the strongest
no, it's not.
helper,
Well,
right? That
no,
it's supposed to be stronger than will.
no,
That
it's
shall
not.
is supposed to be,
You got it
but
backwards.
people don't use it that way. People usually use it as should, right? As a weaker form.
No, it's not
Anyway,
supposed to be stronger. It's so will is what you decide to do. It's what you set upon doing. Shall is just a future. If you're doing the strict British
okay,
interpretation, um, where they actually have a true distinction still,
right.
we get a goofy
Well,
idea
I'm
about.
talking about like in Old English, right? And
Yeah, I'm
so,
talking about in Old English. It is not the
okay,
stronger version. It is not. So you
okay.
shall
Well, I
not,
could be
thou
wrong.
shalt not is not stronger. It's
Okay,
just a future tense. So will is the stronger one because if you will something, it means you have determined upon that thing. Whereas shall is just a future tense. It's a simple future tense.
okay. Well,
Because
thank you for clarifying then. But the real point here was that you actually don't disagree with the Sahih International translation. They've just simplified the wording to make it more clear what it means, right?
well, I just changed
I
around
mean,
the
ignore Lords of the
order again
Worlds,
to make
right?
it clearer if you
Right.
get
And
confused
you
by
do
the old
not will
fashioned.
except that Allah wills means you can't will anything except what Allah wills. You don't have free will. But you shall not will except what that Allah
Well,
wills
it's just
means
the
the same
future.
thing, right?
So the actual Arabic is just the imperfect. So it's a future tense. It's not saying, and the Sahih International is taking it to the present, that and you don't will currently except that Allah wills.
Well, that's fine,
Whereas I'm
but
interpreting
you're not materially disagreeing with the translation, right?
no, the only difference is Lord of the worlds versus
Yeah, I said
sentient.
ignore that part. I said
Yeah.
ignore that part because that's not what I had in view here, right?
Yeah, all they're doing is they're taking the imperfect to be present only, whereas I'm taking the imperfect to be future. You have to pick one or the other. It's an arbitrary choice.
Okay.
So,
And then Andrew might not actually meant what I meant. Maybe he did actually mean Lords of the World was the very
oh,
different part.
yeah, Lord of the Worlds absolutely did not mean planets then. Worlds, if you actually look at them glossing worlds, they actually had meant that it means like the beings of the worlds. So worlds actually really isn't a way of hiding the fact that it's sentient ones. Um, in this translation, but they have to kind of use worlds because of some of the other places that they have to use the same word in, and you can get away with substituting worlds there. Um, like oh, the world shall not follow you or whatever. You can do that. But if you did ages, you'd really get caught out. So you can kind of smush together your two possibilities, ages or sentient ones, by choosing worlds. It's a pretty clever cheat, actually, but it's not actually sustainable. It really does just mean sentient ones as far as Muhammad is concerned. He has no idea what it actually meant. He didn't add an extra meaning for it, he just got it wrong.
Yeah, and sentient and worlds is definitely very different. So apparently that's what Andrew had in mind. But I still clarified that first part, because if I was confused about that first part, I'm sure other people were as well. And Houston says that we have some time traveling tenses. Close enough. Close enough.
Yeah.
All right. So since we're paused here, let me take a super chat. This is the oldest one from Farmhouse Theologian.
O son of Adam, spend. I will spend on you. Give, then I will give you. It's difficult because you know what? These are my last few. As it is, the price is going up, the rand is going down, this is happening. Excuses. Those are excuses. You give and watch what Allah does.
Thank you for not making any excuses today and giving generously. I should have probably brought this one up at the time, because unlike typical super chats, it was actually relevant and on topic. Many references to Noah in the Quran come from Jacob of Sarah's homily
Yeah,
on
I'm
the
not
flood.
sure how to say that.
I don't know. It's interesting to see the mashup of extra Quranic text. So what would be your comment on that? Because you said that you weren't
Well,
sure where the exact reference for this was. You said it might be a,
yeah,
uh,
well, it's not just a homily, because a homily will explain things,
right.
but Jacob of Surah is actually a major author of these apocalyptic hymns.
Ah,
So I'm really like, Ephraim was considered by some people, but just looking at Jacob of Surah's hymns, I really suspect that one of his lost hymns is the hymn that Mohammed took from, because there are so many similarities, and a lot of them, just the way he phrases things, that seems more on the nose than Ephraim, the Syrian. So I'm uh, so I don't think that it's through a homily where things will be truly explained, but of
mhm.
course he'd phrase things similarly a in his hymns. He would phrase things similarly to his homilies, just way more condensed for the purpose of singing. So I think that that's what's actually going along here, or going on here. I think that is precisely what what happened. And I didn't mention his name because, like, I don't know for sure, but that's where I have my suspicions, because a lot of people are like, "Oh, I bet it's Ephraim the Syrian's hymns because he's the most famous." But
Mhm.
the number of apocalyptic hymns and their similarity seem to be pointing more toward him as being a source, just not a recorded one.
Very interesting. So you're largely in agreement. You just have a slight additional modification saying it is from his writings, but from a now lost hymn, more likely than a sermon that we have available to us. Gabriel Reynolds pronounces it with a hard G and the U as oo. So I don't know if that's
Serug,
correct or not.
I assume.
Yeah. I don't know. Who knows what the correct pronunciation is, but thank you for that
I haven't
insight.
looked it
That
up.
was very helpful. And thank you for the donation as well.
It's not a place that I have ever visited, nor a particularly famous one. So
No, definitely not. So, are we done with the slides?
yeah, we are done with slides. That's 31. So
All
we can take
right.
the other super chat, which has another question.
Yeah, well, we got a few more super chats, but I will invite Muslims to come up and talk to us on topic at theology.chat. And if we don't get any by the time I'm done going through the comments, we will definitely wrap up, because due to the distraction, we're not that bad on time. We're at 10:30,
Nope,
but
I told you not to panic, because I'm sure you were like, oh my goodness, she's still only a 14, but that
no,
is
no, no.
the
I
vast
didn't panic.
majority of
Maybe
us.
the audience did, but you told me not to panic, so I did not panic, and I was like, all right. And she said it wouldn't be too long, and I
Yeah.
guess you're actually right, because we did have a fair bit of distraction today.
Yeah,
Anyway,
and I didn't bother to like go through all the sources that one guy said, Stone Satans may have been through this. And I'm like, yeah, no, they're not. Like, I've documented them all, I have them all, but they are not. Those are not the sources. Oh,
and we
can we go
are
ahead and
joined.
answer the on question? topic?
Yeah. So Faisal has joined us, but before we do that, the ones about gnats reproducing or copying part of a verse from Isaiah?
The verse from or how about both of
Because
those?
they're both
We'll do
technically
both of
on
those. How
topic.
about that?
Okay. Well, the gnat one is actually a joke, so we don't actually have
Oh,
to do that one.
yeah, about monogamy. Yeah, but Muhammad just didn't know about reproduction at all.
Yeah, so we'll do that one later, but this one's the actual question
Yep.
that's actually relevant. So, super chat from Joshua.
If you want your wealth to increase in this dunya, then give sadaqah more and more every single day. Two angels come down, one of them is making dua for those who give. He says, Ya Allah, give those who give.
So Muhammad copied a part of a verse from Isaiah. Is it true that the Quran does not speak directly about the four major prophets, Isaiah, Ezekiel, Jeremiah, and Daniel?
So I've forgotten the ones that they mention and don't, but Muhammad didn't have to know where it came from to have a fragment. I am quite convinced that he had a fragment of Isaiah 40, a very small fragment without context. He had no idea it was about Jerusalem, but he had a fragment of that he thought was scripture. And the other thing that he had was actually a written text, probably with Waraqah, was uh, a singular apocalyptic hymn, which may have been by Jacob of Serug, but may have been by possibly somebody else, maybe somebody imitating him. But he's currently my favorite. I would love to find the hymn that has the exact elements of wrapping or rolling up the sun, and as it was in the days of Noah, as a phrase, or was it was in the age of Noah, the time of Noah, as in Noah's time, without explanation. Those are two pieces that we're really not finding together in any surviving apocalyptic hymns.
Yeah, so to be clear, your theory, at least on this particular verse, is not that Muhammad was familiar with Isaiah directly and made his own interpretation of it, but rather he was familiar with a hymn that was based on Isaiah. So he's getting it kind of second, third hand there, especially since a hymn is going to be at least partially phrased for purposes of meter and such, and not like be the clearest, most precise theology. And that's how he got confused. Correct? Correct, Mary, that he
Yeah.
didn't get it from Isaiah or someone telling
Well,
him what was in Isaiah, but got it from a hymn that was influenced by
so
Isaiah.
so with Isaiah 40, I believe it is the exact text. It was just a small fragment, and with the hymn, it was again something containing actual biblical quotations, but out of context. So
And this is totally random here, but Serial Bowl wants you to know that there's a broken link on your website.
yeah, and that would probably be about me. I probably broke it, but it probably would have been about uh, the fact that some certain groups of Protestants say things like that Christianity is a relationship, not a religion, whenever
Oh
the
yeah,
Bible says that
that's
it's
kind of
literally
funny.
both. It is a relationship and a religion, and to
Yeah,
claim
I
that
mean, I
it's
get it
not,
what people are saying with
it's
that when they
it's an
say that, but it's really a silly thing to say. I
yeah,
agree.
it's and the thing is, like, when the New Testament specifically says this is pure religion,
Uh-huh.
visiting the widows and the orphans, et cetera, you can't turn around and go, it's not religion. No, it's both. Orthodoxy matters. So,
And
yeah.
apparently also chapter 1 notes is also
Yeah,
broken.
I think I removed those because I do not have, because I've changed chapter 1 so dramatically since then.
Well, then remove the link too. Anyway.
Yeah, I haven't touched that website in like 3 years. So, sorry guys.
Anyway, Faisal has joined. What are your thoughts on Surah 81 and what Mary talked about today?
Yeah, hi there, yes, hi Mary. So yeah, I was going to touch upon that one. So that is talking about the angel Gabriel, the word of angel Gabriel, because he comes from God. because that's why
Where's your
it's called.
evidence for that? I'm sure you believe that's what it's about, but where's your
Yeah, it's
evidence?
evidence of tafsir, commentaries. As an example, this is pretty common even in the Old Testament. So many places, angel has been called God. Even in some places, angel has been called Yahweh. Right. So then,
Well, okay. First of all, it's so you're saying that the blessed apostle is Gabriel?
Gabriel, yeah, so noble
No,
messenger,
no, it,
so
it
Gabriel.
doesn't say that.
Yeah,
So
Mary, just go to the commentaries. Like,
the
if you,
commentaries say, hang on, that the
mm,
so
mm.
Jibril
So
is now an apostle. He is a Rasul, Allah.
yeah, messenger, yeah, so it's a
Now,
messenger.
what
So,
they say is that
mm,
Muhammad was meant by the
mm,
apostle, and then the possessor of power. Here,
mm,
go ahead and bring it up. And I thought I had a sheet that actually explained what they tried to do. I said I was going to talk about it, but I didn't. So I
oh,
apologize. So what they do is they divide it up into three people. It's surely the speech of a generous apostle. Then possessor of power is Jibril. With the
possess of
possessor of the throne secure, that's supposed to be Allah.
so where it is mentioned possess of power, it's not there. It's simply telling he is a noble messenger, word of the noble messenger, right? So even if
Okay.
you have a doubt,
Okay.
go to the
So,
tafsir, go to the go
Faisal,
to
So
hold
go
on.
to the,
Pause. The multiple people in the audience have told me you're speaking too fast and they can't understand you. So I wanted to stop you
okay,
before you said a bunch of stuff.
okay.
So go ahead and repeat yourself.
So I'm telling, so if you have a doubt, go to the commentaries. So commentaries clearly telling it is talking about the angel Gabriel. So Rasul mean messenger, like in Old Testament Malak. Malak can be used for the prophet, it has been used for the angels, even it has been used for the ambassadors. Rasul is a similar word. Rasul can be the simply messengers. It can be a prophet, it can be a angel, right? So you know those stuff, Old Testament stuff. So the Hebrew and Arabic are almost similar languages.
no, just plain no. So malak in
Yeah.
Arabic means only angel, period. And the word
Yeah,
here is Rasul instead.
yeah.
And
I'm talking.
if you want
Yeah,
to make
yeah, Mary, I'm Malak. I'm talking about Hebrew. Hebrew Malak is can be talking about messenger. It can be talking about uh, prophet. It can be talking about ambassador, the messenger to any other nation. So the same equivalent verse is the Rasul.
so
The Rasul also
does
similar.
Allah send hang on, does Allah send messengers who are not from their own people with something
Messenger is not
other than
from,
their own native language?
no, native
Okay.
language.
Is is uh is Jibril Qurayshi? Does he speak
Jibril is a
it,
the,
what?
Mary, Gabriel is a messenger from Allah to the prophets. He is not a messenger to the people, right? The prophets are messenger. The human prophets are messengers to the humans, right?
Jinn and humans
Yeah,
are
yeah,
messengers.
yeah. He's a prophet. Muhammad is a messenger. Yeah, you can talk about he's a jinn or human. Okay,
But every messenger goes to
yeah,
whom? They go to their own people. Do
own people.
angels
Yes,
need messengers? They would have to go to themselves. Now, if you want to say that this is a speech of
mm,
Jibril,
yeah.
who is the possessor of power,
Where it is mentioned, possessor of power.
and he
It's
is
not mentioned in the.
obeyed,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
now we
Mary.
have shirk with Jibril, because
Yeah, yeah,
now
yeah, Mary. Where
it's
it is mentioned,
Jibril's
possessor of
speech
power. The
and
possessor.
he is obeyed, not obedient, but obeyed. Now, of course, some of the tafsir try to argue that obedient and obeyed are the same. Most of them try to just say they leave apostle as being Muhammad, and then they say, well, possessor of power, that bit is about Jibril. And so now you have people happening, you have all of this here.
Yeah, maybe so. The verse 20 is talking about God, possess of power, the throne, that is good, exalted be he. Just go to commentaries if
No,
you're
possessor
confused.
of power is never interpreted as being Allah. It is either Jibril or Muhammad.
No, maybe so. I'm asking if you have a doubt, go to the tafsir. So why are you going to put in your own commentaries? Like we have
Oh
the
my goodness.
commentaries,
I
even backed
have
by the
gone to the tafsir. That's where I got this from.
which tafsir? Can you show me?
Okay. Well, first of all,
Al-Qurtubi.
so hold on. So first of all, I don't accept your principle. Of
Yeah,
course, the tafsir is going to smooth out any doctrinal mistakes in the Quran, right? They're not going to say, oh, the Quran made a mistake here when it clearly is talking about Muhammad and it shouldn't have been. But that's okay. We admit that. Obviously, they're going to smooth that anything out. So I reject your principle. Second of all, according to Mary's survey of the tafsir, they generally don't do that. I'm not saying none do. Maybe some of them do say the messenger or apostle, I mean, is Gabriel. But they generally say that there's a messenger, there's Gabriel, and there's Allah.
Yeah, the Thaddeus, the response is the certain things from the word we can understand. As an example, Daniel 7, the ancient one. So no need to say ancient one is God. So from the context, we know ancient one means God. In the same way, it is mentioned the Lord of the throne. If it's a Lord of the throne, it is no need to say it is Allah. By default, that is God, right?
Yeah, well, we're not. Okay, calm down. Calm
You're
down.
running around.
We're not disputing that the possessor of the throne is Allah. No one's disputing that, right?
Okay.
What the question is, how many figures are in view here? We think that there's two figures in view, and that they're Muhammad and Allah. The commentaries generally think that there's three figures in view. That's Muhammad, Gabriel, and Allah. And you also think there's two, but you think it's Gabriel and Allah, and that Muhammad's not even in this verse at all. So
I'm
those
telling
are the different interpretations.
I am telling verse 19, two figures, the Gabriel and Muhammad. But
Okay,
in
so
verse
now
20,
you've
it
changed,
is talking
because
about
before
God.
you told us that the apostle is Gabriel. There's no room for Muhammad if the apostle's Gabriel.
Muhammad isn't
It
here
is
at
the
all.
speech of a generous apostle. You're saying there's, what do you mean there's two figures? There's clearly one figure in verse 19. Indeed,
Verse 9,
surely the speech of a generous apostle. So who is the generous apostle?
it is talking about the word was given to the generous apostle by the honored messenger. Honored messenger is
No. You actually done what I thought what the translations would do and added word given. There's no word given in
there
here.
is no word.
I'm talking about.
It is surely the speech of a generous apostle. When you came in, you told us that this is Gabriel. That's okay for the Gabriel to be called an apostle. Now you're changing and saying that it's given to the messenger by, I guess, the apostle. There's no messenger here, right? There's no two figures. There's only one figure. You got to make up your mind who this figure is. There's no room for two people or two beings.
But I will agree. Hang on. I will agree that is what the tafsir do. Is that they shove in an and where there isn't one. And that's funny because the Quran has all these extraneous ands. There is no and there. But you are now doing what the tafsir like to do. The tafsir like to put in an and there to make three, so that you can have Jabril show up earlier, so that it makes sense that Jabril is back there, is mentioned again later. Because if Jabril isn't mentioned here at all, which no sane person would think that he is, then you're stuck with the one being seen being either the he and the him have to be Muhammad and Allah one way or another. So you are trying to shoehorn in Jabril here. But if you only have Jabril, then it just gets goofier. But it doesn't.
I mean, that position, I think, was at least defensible doctrinally, right? That if Muhammad's not mentioned in this passage whatsoever, that somehow it means Gabriel and only Allah are in view. But that's not actually what Faisal wants now. He wants Muhammad to be there after all.
No. Yes. Okay, maybe you confused. Maybe I confused you. So I'm telling. When you went to the tafsir, it says the messenger is that honored messenger is Gabriel, but the Quran was given to Muhammad. So from the honored messenger is given to Muhammad. Maybe I confused you.
Where's Muhammad?
I said in the Quran there's no Muhammad. In the tafsir we have the Muhammad. Okay. Now maybe I confused you. I should not have said that.
Okay. So actually, that's good, right? And that's good that you're admitting that in the Quran there's only two figures, and that the tafsir have added Muhammad. So you're on the right track at least.
So I'm telling here, verse 20, it is clearly talking powerful, the powerful one, mighty powers, eminent one, the Lord of the throne. So clearly it is talking about the God, right? So always we have to understand from the context.
Pause. This is a separate issue. Okay. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, right, because this is what you want to claim, that verse 19 is only describing Gabriel. All right. Now verse 20
Yeah.
We have possessor of power
Mm.
with the possessor
Mm.
of the throne secure. So no one disagrees that the possessor of the throne secure is Allah. The
Mm.
problem for you is you have the
Mm.
word with there, which means that you have two figures in view, not one. The possessor of the power is not the possessor of the throne. They're two separate figures. So I'm
Okay.
putting it back to you for your response.
Yeah. Just okay. I'm in the commentary. Let me go to the tafsir and the Quran itself. Oh, it says, verse 20, the full of power, held in honor by the Lord of throne. I don't know where you got your translation. It says, okay, let me go to a different translation. Just give me a second. Verse 20. Verse, verse 20, Ahmad Ali translation say, full of power, well established in position, with the Lord of Master of the throne. Okay?
Yes, with,
Al
yes.
Karai says, powerful and eminent, with the Lord of throne. The mighty honored, the honored in the presence of the Lord of throne. Honored.
Yeah, so I mean, some of the words are different, but
So,
the key word is there, right? The with, right? So you have the
so
possessor of power or whatever exact phrasing, with a separate figure, which is related to the throne, which is Allah, right? We agree, possessor of the throne is Allah. So you have someone who, in some way, possesses power, who is doing something along with Allah.
the possessor of power with the owner of the throne. Oh, okay. Owner of the, so you are telling it's talking about with the Lord of the throne. So you are telling the with is the issue, right? That's what you are telling.
Right. So you have two figures. You have someone who possesses power
Mm.
and someone and Allah. Let's just say Allah to simplify it, the issue, right? So we
Okay.
have the generous apostle, and then we have a description of the generous apostle as possessor of power, and then with Allah. That's a straightforward reading of the text. And the issue, of course, is that whether the apostle is Muhammad or Gabriel, it should not be possessing the power.
Nor should he be the one to be obeyed there, because it does say obeyed and not obedient.
The possessor of the strength, having it's talking about the same person, like it's telling the okay. Let me. This one is noble messenger. The full of power, held in honor, is talking about the God Himself. So it is talking about angel Gabriel, with the
No, possessor
mighty
of
one.
power is the same as the apostle grammatically. It's not. The possessor of the throne is different. Is with the possessor of power. There are two people.
Yeah, no, Mary is telling the angel Gabriel is with the Lord of the throne, and his same Lord of the throne is called as owner of the strength. That's what he's telling. The with, like
No.
sometimes
You
places
can't do
change,
that. Right.
interchange.
So let's take a
Just
different sentence. Let's just take a different sentence entirely. Okay. So if I say, I, Thaddeus, the owner of Reasoned Answers, am here with Mary, you can't interpret that as Mary being the owner of Reasoned Answers channel. And that's what you're trying to do with this sentence, right? You're trying to take the stuff that comes before the with to describe the stuff that comes after it, and you can't do
one
that
mighty,
grammatically.
one mighty, one mighty and held in honor. No, it's one mighty and held in honor. It is talking about the God Himself. Like it is interchange. Like maybe it's because of
No,
So
possessor of power.
are you suggesting that God is with himself?
now it's telling Gabriel is with the God. The God is described as mighty one and the Lord of the throne. That's what he's telling.
No,
Go to
that's not what
No,
it
no,
says.
no.
The possessor of
There's no
power
and.
is with the possessor of the throne.
yeah. If it is
The
confusing,
word with here is your problem, right? You got if it said and, well, you have a different issue. But I could at least see how you could try to force that interpretation. But it doesn't say and, right? It doesn't say the
yes,
possessor of power and the possessor of the throne. It says
Yeah,
the possessor of the
the
power is with the possessor of the throne.
simple. If it is confusing, go to the commentaries. Like even in the Bible, you have the easy
I
translation.
don't.
You have the
Well, first of all, I don't
oh,
care what the commentary says, because I'm trying to exegete the text, right? And that's all a
right.
commentary is doing, is trying to exegete the text. They're trying to
Yeah,
understand what
so
the text says. And second of all, I pulled up Ibn Kathir, and he simply doesn't comment. He just simply ignores that phrase entirely. He just skips over it because he doesn't have anything to say about it. He doesn't say who the possessor of power is.
like it's a Tafsir al-Jalalain says, mighty one, the one mighty powers, one, eminent of status. It's talking about.
All right,
In the
let's
present
say that. Okay, so let me read the sentence as you want it to be. All right. Indeed, it is surely the speech of Gabriel, God with God.
Full, like if you go to this one, okay, go to this translation.
So that now
Just,
calls Jibril is now being called God, according to you.
No, go to the translation. I have shared the link. Go to the translation. It is very simple. Go to that one.
I mean, there is quite possibly a translation that doesn't accurately convey the Arabic. That I don't deny that. And you actually just said Quran.com. I don't know which translation you're looking at because they have many. But if you're looking at the Sahih International, which is the default translation on Quran.com, it doesn't actually do that. They do something very different. I'll go ahead and show this so the audience can see what they do. Because I had already pulled this up and saw how they got around it. And the way they do it is completely dishonest. Shocking, I'm sure.
I don't believe it. They're dishonest.
So he's
but
telling.
What they do is not what you're saying, right? So,
okay.
All right. So I got it shared. And let me just make it so other people can also see it. All right. So what the Sahih International does, so look how many things they had to add here, right?
I'm sorry.
Okay. Indeed, it, the Quran, is a word conveyed by, instead of, a noble messenger, i.e. Gabriel. Okay, fine. Whatever. We're not disputing that part right now. They add who is possessed of power.
Which is saying that Jibril is in fact the possessor of power. But then
I mean, they changed, right? They changed it to a description. Yes.
Okay.
But they made it sound, they put it in this, verb form to make it sound like
it's different than owner of the throne, even though possessor and owner are exactly the same word in Arabic.
Okay. Now you're telling
that wasn't my point. My point was they're making it passive, right? He doesn't own the power. The power has overcome him. Is what they're trying to do.
Okay. Now, even if you say
I've got a question for you, Fazal.
Right. So regardless, they still say this is about Gabriel, right?
Yeah.
They don't claim that this is about Allah like you're trying to claim.
Okay. I got the point. So you're telling forces of power. Because of that one, he's good. That's what your logic is, right? That's what you're coming to say.
So, wait, quick question.
The fact that you've been fighting against this so hard, you're gonna hold on. You're gonna pivot now and say it doesn't matter. But the fact that you've been fighting against it so hard until we showed you it has to be that grammatically means that you do understand that this is a major issue.
No. I know.
Say that someone possesses power.
No. Actually, Thaddeus, go to my translation. Then you will understand what I mean.
I don't know what your translation is. So this is literally the link you gave me, Quran.com/81.
Go to the same translation. Then you will understand why I said that.
I don't know which translation you're on. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, right? So the way Quran.com works is you can select the translation you want.
It is translated by Mustafa, the clear Quran. Go to that one.
Which one do you want?
Yeah. The clear Quran.
Oh, well,
Shocking.
The clear Quran is the most deceptive and unclear and dishonest Quran. The lying Quran. How about that one? That's a better one. It's the dumbest one.
Okay. Now, even if you say he's a possessor of power, then you are telling that he's a goat. That's what you are coming to say. No, I don't get your point, because even when your angels has been called Elohim, Yahweh, so you don't come to the same conclusion. But when Quran says,
actually,
what are you talking about?
Hold on. Forget all your other stuff. This is the translation that you begged me to bring up, and it still says that it says it's about Gabriel, right? You're claiming that this is about Allah, It doesn't say that. Even in your very deceptive, clear Quran interpretation, which I'm not even going to call translation. Indeed, this Quran is the word of, and then they add all this, Allah delivered by Gabriel, right? They added all that. A noble messenger angel full of power. Gabriel is full of power. Now they've totally changed possessor of power to full of power because that doesn't sound nearly as offensive. But they have not made it about Allah, and you've been arguing that it's about Allah the whole time.
And let's look at the Arabic here. Let's look at the and the. The word for whatever he is of power is the same thing as the one who is whatever of the throne. It's the same word. It's supposed to the.
Okay. I understand my mistake. Yeah, in 81, this translation also, the full of power is talking about angel Gabriel. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So that's an issue because it doesn't actually say full of power. What does it say?
Yeah, Mary, that's not an issue at all.
What does it say? What is that? Oh, possessor. Possessor of power. Possessor of the throne. It's the same word. It's the same word. So it is his power as much as it is Allah's throne. That's why it's problematic. That's why it's shirk.
And look, just as Mary says, exact same Arabic word, right?
Okay.
They translated two different ways to hide that fact, but whatever Allah is in relationship to the throne, right? Whatever the relationship between Allah and the throne is, in this verse, the only sane way to interpret it, because yes, words can have different meanings in different contexts, but if it's in the same sentence, no sane author would use the same word in two different ways, back to back. So whatever the relationship between throne and this word is the same relationship between power and this word.
Yeah, Thaddeus, your argument do not hold, because even if your Old Testament, Moses has been called Elohim, that doesn't mean Moses is God. Even the
oh my goodness,
that has nothing to do with anything. The semantic domain of Elohim has nothing to do with what we're discussing.
Okay, the angel has been called Yahweh. Angel has been called Yahweh. That means angels are God. No, your arguments do not.
Nope. Try again.
Unless you're talking about the angel of the Lord, which is actually Yahweh, by the way. Then I have no idea what you're talking about. An angel being called Yahweh. Angel. Okay, first of all, angel isn't a class of being, right? Angel means messenger.
Yeah, messenger. Yeah.
Obviously, God can be a messenger. I don't deny that. Now, there are cases where it is clearly talking about a class of being, but yes, the same word in a different context could be used to describe God. That is a possibility. Yeah. I don't know off the top of my head whether it is or isn't, but it just means messenger.
Yeah.
We're talking about possessor of power here. For the sake of argument, I've granted you your whole messenger claim. We're not even talking about messenger anymore. We're talking about being a possessor of power.
Yeah.
In the same way that Allah is the possessor of the throne.
Yeah, if the name of the Yahweh can be attributed to an angel, then possessor of power, it is not an issue at all, right? So you have to apply the same standard.
Hold on. Where do you think the name Yahweh, the divine name, the Tetragrammaton, is applied to an angel?
It's an angel because angel is coming from God. That's why.
No. I didn't say why do you think that. I didn't say tell me the meaning. I said where. What verse do you think? What? I'm entertaining your claim. What Bible verse are you talking about?
Because in the bush, in that Moses talking in the bush, that says, "I am the angel of God," and it is
talking about the angel of the Lord.
Yes.
Then I don't know what you're talking about.
God. Congratulations. Good job.
The angel of the angel of Yahweh. That specific phrase, the definite article, angel, really messenger, Yahweh, is referring to the pre-incarnate Christ.
Okay, where's the evidence? Because in the same New Testament, angel of the Lord has been.
Obviously, the evidence that you think is definitive. Read the Christian tafsirs on the verse.
Yep.
Okay, so can you show me tafsir? So now your same Bible says the angel Gabriel is the angel of God. Can I show you the evidence? Angel Gabriel is called the angel of God.
Of course, the angel Gabriel is the angel of God. If you mean,
It's your Bible says, right? Even though
I mean,
that
who else's angel would he be? Who else's messenger? Angel means messenger. Who else's messenger would he be other than the messenger of God? I don't.
yeah,
Of course. But if you're going to say that Gabriel is described as the angel of Yahweh, then no.
yeah, because in the New Testament, the Yahweh has never been used. It is the Kyrios, the master, is used.
That
Angel of the God,
has nothing to do with anything. Of course, yes. By the time of the first century, it was customary not to speak the divine name. That has nothing to do with anything.
So, Fazal, can you call Jabril and call him Allah? Is that okay? Because you're going to places in which the angel of the Lord is called Yahweh and is identified with Yahweh. So your argument would then necessitate that we can call Jabril Allah, that Jabril is Allah.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Old Testament. I'm talking about the Quran.
Can you call Jabril Allah or not?
No, I'm not talking about the Quran.
Okay, well then what does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, so hold on. So your argument is that the reason you're not answering this because you know you can't say that, but your argument is that the corrupted Bible does this, therefore it's not a problem that the Quran does it, even though you won't say that it's okay because you know it's not okay.
No, I'm telling you have to apply the same standard. So when Quran says the possessor of power,
oh my goodness,
that is a shame.
Our standard is that it is appropriate for us because the angel of the Lord in the burning bush is God. The angel of the Lord is God. God is the angel of the Lord. So then our standard would be Jabril is Allah. Allah is Jabril. Jabril is Allah. Allah is Jabril. It's okay because Jabril is Allah. Fazal, are you going to say that is okay? Because then I am putting my standards, we're calling him a God because he is God, onto your book. So therefore, say, yes, Mary, you are correct. Allah is Jabril and Jabril is Allah. Because you are using your theology on my book, that is consistent. Say yes or say, I am destroyed, because those are your choices at this point. I'm tired of you. You come up each time and you embarrass yourself and you embarrass Islam with these goofy things. Is that okay?
First you have to
so hold on.
First, you have to make my point. I'm telling you have to be consistent in your claim.
I am being consistent.
We are consistent. The angel of Yahweh is Yahweh. If the possessor of the throne is the possessor of the power, then they're both God. Okay. But you can't say that, right? You can't say that in your theology.
So I
which
am
is what
saying
is problematic for you and not us.
I am saying that the Quran is indeed saying that there is divine power in the possessor of power, because who else is the possessor of power other than God? That is what I am saying. I am absolutely saying that the Quran is saying that he is the possessor of power. And you're saying, yes,
and the problem is
that's
that
fine.
violates Islamic theology. The problem isn't that that's incoherent by itself. The problem is it violates Islamic theology.
Okay, now my point is that the point I'm telling you inconsistent. I'm telling when the New Testament says angel of the God is the Gabriel, you don't say.
Where does it say that? Where does it say that?
Okay,
go to the. Trying to go to Luke too.
Luke, yeah. It says angel of the God is Zachariah. The angel of God come. He's asking, who are you? He says, I am the Gabriel. So if you say angel of God is Gabriel, then you have to say Gabriel is Lord.
So there's a difference between angel of God and angel of Yahweh. Yes, the New Testament doesn't use Yahweh. Well, too bad for you. You can't distinguish which one.
Okay.
But to say the messenger of God, that's what angel means for the 15th time. To say the messenger of, I am the messenger of Yahweh. I am the messenger of God. I am the messenger, right? Fine.
Then, so if you say, that's it. If you say the messenger,
so he's
messenger of God is fine.
Of Adonai. Jabril is the messenger of Adonai.
Yeah, to use the Hebrew, right?
To use the
Lord
Hebrew,
means is Adonai.
The pre-incarnate Christ was the angel of Yahweh.
But the specific Hebrew phrase, the angel of the Lord, is only ever used of a divine figure. There's no context where that phrase is used
Okay, okay,
where it is not clear that divinity is in view from the text itself. This isn't Christian
okay,
theology. Jews will
okay.
interpret this. They won't deny that. They just will say that there's no second person, etc. Right? They won't deny that these passages are about God's direct actions.
Okay, so then go to the Haggai, chapter 1, verse 13. It is the angel of Yahweh is used for the Haggai. You have to be consistent. You
This
say
is going to
angel
be
of Yahweh.
hilarious because I know where this is.
Not hilarious, Mary. It's same verse, angel
So
of Yahweh.
calm down. Give me 1 second to pull it up and share it with
Okay.
the audience so everyone can see what we're talking about. All right. So
The
I
Hebrew
did not have
word.
my Logos software open. Let me open it. Give it like 30 seconds to load. It's a very
It says
chunky
angel of
program.
it says angel of Yahweh, Haggai. It's
Okay.
not
So
angel of other.
what is the reference?
That he is a human messenger of Yahweh, and so that must mean that we're talking about the pre-incarnate Christ saying
What
that
is
he's
the
Haggai.
reference?
Mary, it's
Nobody understood that as
Mary,
being
that
an
Thaddeus just
angel
mentioned
at
Yahweh
all
is only
of any
Yahweh.
sort.
Can you just give me the reference already?
Haggai
Okay.
1:13 is what he's trying to run to.
113.
So he doesn't know the reference, I guess. So Mary had to supply it for him.
Mary, the thing is, just now Thaddeus said the angel of Yahweh is only for divine, used only for divine being.
When
Angel
it
of
is an
Adonai.
angel, not when
Yeah,
it's a
that's
human. I said in my
This is so silly. This is so silly. I've just pulled up the text.
yeah.
okay.
I have pulled up the text. I'm embarrassed that you're actually making this argument now that I've pulled up the text and seen what the text says. But let's put it up, right? Okay.
Go to the Hebrew.
People
This
of
is
the
a
Lord. Okay, let me just let me freaking read the passage. All right.
Okay.
Starting with verse 12, although it's not that relevant here. Then Zebullah, the son of Shealtiel, and Joshua, the son of Jehozadak, the high priest, and all the remnant of the people obeyed the voice of the Lord their God and the words of Haggai the prophet, as the Lord their God, I should be reading this as Yahweh, right? Of Yahweh their God, and as Yahweh their God had sent them. And the people feared Yahweh. Then Haggai, the messenger of Yahweh, spoke to the people with the Lord's message. Then Haggai, it's clearly telling you, right, who is in view. It's obvious from the context. It's obvious from the context that the messenger is the appropriate translation. That's not talking about an angel, a class of being. From the context itself, it's telling you about Haggai, right? When the phrase the angel of the Lord is used without qualification, right? I didn't say that, okay? Right, I technically misspoke. I technically said something untrue. I didn't realize that you were going to go to something so silly where Haggai is clearly who's being talked about. When the phrase the angel of the Lord, without any classification of who this person, being, whatever is, it's always a divine figure.
So hang on. Do they call Haggai here God? I got a question for you, Fazal. Do they call Haggai God?
The same thing. Where the angel
Do they
Gabriel
call
has
Haggai God? Did they say,
no,
oh Yahweh, oh God, talking to Haggai? Do they call him that?
no, same thing. Did Jesus
okay,
has been
thank
called
you. Thank you for indicating.
And it spoke to the people with Yahweh's message. Look, the text, notice the difference here, right? This is the verse you wanted to go to that supposedly proves your point. Haggai, the messenger of Yahweh, spoke to the people with Yahweh's message. I am with you, declares Yahweh, right? And then, and so on and so forth. The text in the Quran doesn't tell us who this figure is. It just says a messenger. It then describes that messenger as being the possessor. It says the word comes from the messenger, whoever that is, right? It doesn't call it God's message. It just calls it the message spoken by, actually not spoken of,
it's
right?
Speech.
It's the word of, the speech of the messenger, right? It just calls it the messenger's speech, then describes the messenger as being full of power, in your clear Quran, generous translation there, then says that that person is with the possessor of the throne.
Or the full of throne. The full
The
of power
Bible
is with the full of
tells you
throne.
that Haggai is the messenger, that he speaks God's message, that he speaks Yahweh's message. Notice the vast difference between these two texts that you're trying to appeal to and say, have a consistent standard, do the same thing on both of them. Haggai conveys Yahweh's message. The messenger here, the word comes from him. It's his word. He has full of power. He's the possessor of power. And he's a partner with, collaborating with, the possessor of the throne.
And he is the one who is obeyed. The possessor of power is obeyed and trusty. So the
that's
the apostle
okay,
is the possessor of power, and he is the one who is obeyed, and he is the one who is trusty.
okay.
All right,
Thaddeus,
so
And by the way, some people go, it's okay to call him obeyed because he's obedient, and that is not at all okay.
Okay, so that's a separate issue, Mary. We haven't even gone to that issue.
Yeah, Thaddeus, you
I
have
just
to
want,
give me at least
before you
2
say
minutes.
anything else, I want to say it's currently 11:16 my time. We will end this discussion at 11:30. I'll take the remaining super chats, and we'll be done by midnight. Okay?
Okay.
I just want to get that on the table now, so no one says I'm running later or whatever.
Okay.
Now, I
Shall
do
I speak?
believe that later on, whenever Muhammad was called out for this nonsense by the Jews, he was like, the angels are messengers too, and they can have 2 wings or 4 wings, because he got called out on this. And so he shoved in Jibril. I don't think Jibril is in this early theology at all. He doesn't exist yet.
All right, so we've shown that you failed with the Bible, because we're perfectly fine to imply our interpretation that this is a divine figure to the text. In fact, that's the entire argument, is that this is a divine figure. That's how we would interpret it in the Bible based on the context. That's how we interpret it here based on the context. You're not allowed to say that. That's the problem. So tell me once again, what does the Quran mean? I don't want to hear about what you think the Bible means anymore. I want to know what you think the Quran means, because you've changed your mind a few times. Just remove all of the things except who the people are. So indeed, it is surely a word of.
Okay, so Thaddeus, so yeah, okay, I'll tell my opinion. So that because same thing, but what happened with the Bible, you have to understand with the context.
Fazal, who's talking here? According, we keep on going in circles.
So Mary, he needs to answer the question first. I don't want your explanation. I don't want, but the Bible. I don't want anything. I just want you to give a clear, unambiguous statement of what the verse means. Because so far, every time we try to go with your interpretation, you go back on it. Give me a clear interpretation of what the verse means. So indeed, I think we all agree that's the Quran. Indeed, the Quran is surely a word of blank. What is blank?
Okay. So Thaddeus, so let me give an explanation. So we also go with the context.
I don't want an explanation. I just want your meaning of the verse, and then I will give you time to explain it afterwards. I just want to know what the meaning of the verse is. If you can't even tell me what the meaning of the verse is, I don't want to hear your explanation.
Okay, I did not get. Okay, word of angel Gabriel, yes.
Okay, so indeed, it is surely a word of angel Gabriel. Then the next phrase is possessor of power. Who's possessor of power?
Gabriel.
Okay, so indeed, it is a word of Gabriel, and then a description of Gabriel with the owner of the throne, with Allah, right?
Yeah, with the owner of the throne is Allah, yes.
Yes. So just so everyone's clear, indeed, the Quran is the word of Gabriel. Gabriel's full power. Gabriel's delivers the Quran with Allah. All right. What is your explanation?
The explanation was, as you go to the context, we also go to the context. So many places it is mentioned, Gabriel is just a messenger of God. He's obeying Allah, his commandment. So same context. So we understand that's mean possess of power. That doesn't mean he's God. That was given to the God. The authority has been given to him. Okay, that's how we understand that one based on the context, because so many places it is mentioned God is one, God is one, God is one. Also, he's that angel of that Gabriel is just an angel. He's obeying God. So many, we have so many contexts. So in that sense, based on the context, we understand that one possess of power. That doesn't mean he's co-equal with God. He is the possess power. That means that the power has been given to him, delivered to him something. So as that's
Okay.
why they put
Okay.
something. So
So
like
it
you, we
should
don't.
say viceroy of power.
Let me first say the good news. I'm actually willing to grant you that this could be referring to Gabriel. I don't think it's fully justified, but hey, the text is unclear. It could be referring to Gabriel. Now, here's the problem you have. Whether it's Gabriel or Muhammad doesn't actually matter for the problem, because the possessor of power, the exact same phrase, right? Possessor of power, the exact same phrase, possessor of the throne. Why would the author of this text, let's say Allah, describe, let's say Gabriel, as having the same relationship between the divine power as his own relationship with the throne?
Because always it's like you context, like angel of Yahweh can be used
What
different context.
context? You say context. What context? What is the context? That's exactly what I'm asking about. The context,
It's
what's in
because
the
always
passage itself, not what's in your theology. What's in the passage itself is that the relationship between power and the is the same as the throne. So
yeah.
so
When the
possessor of throne has the same meaning as possessor of power. The problem is they're two different figures, right? So let's put it this way: is the power the divine power?
sorry,
What does power mean? Is the gist here, right? Is this like just a generic term that doesn't mean much of anything? Or when I say that someone is possessor of power, does it mean he is full of the divine power? Right? I'm using it. Let's just use full, because that's the translation you preferred. If I say I am full of power in this context, does it mean that I have my own strength? I'm a great guy. Uh, I've been working out and I can lift a lot of weight, or does it mean that I have God's power?
the power is a generic power, right? So it doesn't. It is we have to understand that one based on the context, because normally I'm telling when throne is talking about, it is talking about divine power. But
I
simply
finally helped you out and gave you the escape that you couldn't come up with on your own. What is your justification now for the escape I provided you by claiming it's generic power?
because when throne is associated, that is divine
No,
power. So
not throne, just power.
just the power. Power means a generic power. It can be associated with anyone. Human has power. God has power. Like that angel has power. So when it comes to throne, it is always talking about divinity.
So you are saying, right? So you've changed your interpretation for the fifth time, right? Because now
Yeah,
you have no problem. No.
yeah. No, there is. I'm
Let me
just
go with it,
asking. So
right? I helped
at least
you out. I helped you out. I gave you another escape here. So let's translate this as strength, right? Because the same word can sometimes be translated as strength. So now the verse, you see, I knew that
no,
when I gave you that
no.
escape, I knew you were going to jump on it, right? So now the
There is.
verse, now the
No, no,
verse,
okay.
hold on. Now the verse is the Quran is the word of Gabriel, who is super strong.
No, there is.
Why is
Before
it saying
that.
that Gabriel's super strong? What does that accomplish in the text?
Okay, no, okay. Before
I'm
that, there
showing you
is.
that your exegesis doesn't work. I'm showing you that your interpretation doesn't make any sense.
Okay, there is. Before that, you talking about which two verses? That you said that the same verse two has been possessor of power, and
Not two
I did not.
verses, just 81:19.
Okay,
I'm
just
only talking about 81:19. Oh, sorry,
81
20.
over.
Sorry, 20.
Okay, okay, 20. What are the two verses? 81, 20. The possessor of mean the, and power mean
So you
Kuwati.
got so,
Yeah, power mean
so
yeah,
forgive me for not knowing how to pronounce Arabic, but you got D Kawantan,
yeah. They
Ida
Kuwantin mean
D Al-Arshi, right?
Yeah,
So you got
Arsh means,
D. So you got
yeah,
D,
D means,
possessor of, and then you got
yeah,
D, possessor of.
no. Okay, okay. D mean of, okay. D mean, it says, D means possessor of, okay. Kuwatin means power. D means simply possessor of. Kuwatin means power. Okay. Another D means
Yeah,
possessor.
Okay, yes,
yeah,
possessor of power. That was my translation.
that
Okay, okay,
Bring up my translation.
no,
okay.
he's not denying he's misunderstanding, right? So
Yeah, I did
I'm
not
not
get
talking about the
that.
whole phrase. I'm talking about the single word D, possessor of.
Yeah, single with the possessor of. Yes, okay. Possessor of Kuwatin means power. It's
Right,
another says Arsh, right?
right. So the
So
possessor,
highest.
it's using the same word. So
Okay.
however Gabriel, in your interpretation, possesses power, in the same way Allah possesses the throne.
So you are
See,
telling.
I gave you the
Because
escape of the generic, you jumped on it, and now you're going back on it and disputing that it means the same thing in both parts. Uh, Can, can I just make a statement here? You're not being honest with us. You're not handling things honestly. Whenever you come up here, we go with whatever claim you make, lead you to a contradiction, and then you jump on a different claim saying that was your claim the whole time.
Yeah, there is. So here it's telling, okay, your point is the one is used for possessor of, another one is used for owner of. So you are asking why two are different. Why you
Yeah,
are asking?
in the translation, they did it differently.
to
That's not
conceal the
reasonable
fact that it's the
exegesis
same
of the
word.
text. That's not a reasonable exegesis of the text. In a
No.
different sentence, a different context, yes, I agree. They wouldn't have to mean the same thing. But when someone uses the same word twice in back-to-back statements, you're intended to see the word used the same way in both times, or the author is completely incompetent and doesn't understand how to use language. One or the other. No person would say, I am the possessor of the Reasoned Answers channel, and my friend is the possessor of good looks, and expect you to interpret those in a different way. Possessor's a terrible word because it doesn't really have much semantic range in English. But regardless of the semantic range in Arabic,
It
right?
doesn't
If I
have
use
a
the same,
semantic range in Arabic either, by the way.
I don't know, right? But regardless of that, if you use the same word twice in the same sentence, no reasonable person would say you mean two different things, right? Regardless of what the semantic range of the word is. Let's use
Okay.
angel, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
we've discussed that angel and messenger can mean a class of beings, or it can mean generic messenger, right? So if I say that Gabriel is an angel and John is also an angel, you would rightly say you're an idiot who is confusing class of being and generic messenger.
Yeah, maybe Thaddeus, you can go on and I will give my explanation because I'm telling here it is okay. I now I got your point. You say it's a possessor of and owner of, because first possessor of power, it's talking about an angel. That's why it is mentioned as possessor. But when it comes to owner, it is talking about God. That's why it is translated as owner, based on the context.
Right.
Oh my
The
goodness.
let me just translate what you just said. The correct way to understand the verse is to apply my theology to the text. That's what
Okay,
you
that's
just said.
And
yeah,
to
Yeah.
that's what.
alter the
Yeah,
meaning according to how it would be nice for it to mean.
Yep.
Because the
So,
Arabic doesn't
the
actually
theology
matter.
comes first. You get the theology first, and then you go figure out what the text means based on your theology, which is exactly what the tafsirs do, exactly what Islam does in general.
yes, yes,
Christianity, we at least attempt to do the opposite. We attempt to derive our theology from the text, not force our theology into the text. Do
yeah,
people always
Thaddeus.
succeed? No, of course. Sometimes people fail and they inadvertently force their theology into text where it's not justified. That's not what exegeting the text is. Exegeting the text is trying to understand what the text means from the context of the text itself, not from any theological interpretation or other interpretation, political or whatever, right? Because if it's not a theological text, you can still exegete it, but you still might smuggle in your understanding from social, economic impacts. What exegeting is going to the pure text itself, trying to understand how a reasonable author would have expected the message to be understood by others. And no reasonable author would say, possessor of power, possessor of throne, and tell you and expect you to interpret those two phrases in completely different ways.
Yeah, because I do agree with from our theology. Okay, I do agree with that point.
Okay,
So
thank you.
okay, so we can we can agree to disagree. Okay, now maybe I'm open to talk about this topic. Okay, in a different discussion with equal time, somewhat equal time, not like
Yeah,
not
you're fine. Yeah.
So I take this because many times I ask you for a discussion. Maybe you are busy. Okay, even in future, if you are willing to talk about, I'm open to talk about different topics. Okay, I'm completely fine. Maybe you are not too much responding to emails. Maybe you're busy. Maybe I can talk with you.
I agree.
If
I agree. You're right. You're completely right. I've been extremely busy. As you've seen, I'm basically only doing the Tuesday streams with Mary. I'm doing very little else.
yeah, yeah,
It's not you
I
personally.
yes,
I've been bad.
yes,
I mean,
yeah, I
just
can,
be honest.
I can,
I've been neglectful and bad and haven't answered your messages. That's entirely on me. I accept responsibility for that.
yeah,
Uh,
I can see your busy.
I
Yeah,
said
I
I
can
went
see
in at
your,
11:30. It's 11:30 now, but let me just give you a couple minutes to make your final points uninterrupted if you want to.
yeah, okay, so I can see you're busy, so that's why. So maybe if Mary is willing to talk about with me, I'm okay to talk about, because there's no, because you guys are talking most of the time, but I can see even if you go to the comments, there's a
Well,
very
yes,
few
I'm
questions.
teaching most of the time. So yes, I'm
Yeah, yeah,
talking most of the time.
I
So I
yes,
think he
don't
yes,
means
have
in
time
our
for your
discussion.
distractions, which
no,
are mostly dishonest, like this
yeah,
was.
yeah, Mary, so the point I'm making is you should be teaching to the Muslims, but most of the case you're teaching to the Christians. Your audience, most of them are Christians, right? So I'm asking,
That's true. That's true.
so that's why I'm telling. So if you need to convince a Muslim, you can ask, you can come to a conclusion discussion with me. You can convince me, right? That's why we have to like what you are doing. I don't say bad, but it should reach the Muslims, right? If you need to
No,
convince something,
I agree. You're actually making a great point, right? I
so
mean,
you have,
Mary and I would both love to reach more Muslims.
yeah. So because I'm someone, I'm willing to understand, willing
Yep.
to accept if you make a mistake. So if you need to talk to me, I can come. We can talk about different topics. You
Hmm.
made so many claims like Islam is treating women in a different way. So I can, if you reach me, if you give me an
Okay.
email,
Yep.
I can come. I can come to you
Okay.
and we can have a discussion.
So
Even in
yep,
this
yep,
area.
yep. You're repeating yourself. So let me just cut you off there. I will
Mm,
talk to Mary after this is
mm,
done.
mm,
I will see. I'll gauge. I don't want to commit Mary to do anything, right? I will gauge her interest in having a discussion with you on a topic. And if she's interested and I'm not available, I'm fine with letting her stream on the channel, just the two of you. I don't have to be involved. And
yeah, even Mary come to my channel. That's fine.
yep.
Yeah, that's fine because
Right now, I am like waking up and working every moment till I go to sleep and have been for
Yeah.
a
So Mary's
long.
actually more
So
busy than me, but that's
this
not the
summer
point.
is hideous. The next person I owe a talk to is Nadir Ahmed, and I have not had
Oh
time to
no,
do
not in a
anything.
deer. Please
Not
don't talk
Nadir,
to the
but I
deer.
do owe him before I make an assigned whatever with anybody else.
Okay.
I've been doing off the cuff
So
stuff occasionally, but like
yep. So I like you, Faisal. You're a good guy.
yeah,
The audience has said likewise, right? Now, I do think that you don't approach these conversations completely honestly. I think that you come in with one interpretation, and as soon as that fails, you run to another, and it doesn't bother you that you've dropped your original interpretation. Uh, it should, right? It should bother you that every time I allow your interpretation, I lead you to contradiction, and you have to go somewhere else. But no problem.
it,
You're a
oh,
good guy. You're far better. You're far better than 99% of the people that we try to talk to, right? You make a good intellectual attempt at providing answers for us, and we appreciate that. I'm gonna. I've failed multiple times in the past, but let me make you a promise that I will get in contact with you no later than this coming weekend, and we will schedule a time and I will give you the option of what you want the first discussion subject to be. It'll be just you and I probably. And when it's just you and I think we can probably have equal time. I don't think it'll be an issue. I mean, part of the issue is right because Mary wants to say stuff and I want to say stuff, and there's only one of you. That's part of the reason why you don't get as much time. And we'll see how it goes. Sound fair to you?
And let me do
Yeah,
a quick correction. Hang on. The place where they jam in both Muhammad and Jabril is that some of the exegetes said that Muhammad is the possessor of power, while Jabril is the apostle, which like really makes no sense because grammatically they're the same. But I think that this was about Muhammad originally. Either that, if it was about Jabril originally, that means, or his messenger, whoever that was originally, then I believe that Muhammad usurped that title from him, which would be problematic too. But anyway.
All right. So does that sound like a good plan there, Faisal? To have schedule a discussion this sometime between now and the end of the weekend. I'll get that scheduled, probably like next weekend or so, that we'd actually have the discussion and see how it goes.
Yeah, yes, yeah, that's fine. Thank you, Teddy. So the reason I need to talk to Christian is because I need to understand what you believe, how you justify what you believe, right? Because in my perspective as a Muslim, I was brought up in Islamic environment. So maybe I cannot understand how you believe in certain things because maybe it's due to my environment. So that's why I need to talk to a Christian. I need to understand how you justify what you believe. So in my perspective, I think the Christian belief is completely irrational. I cannot come to that conclusion until I talk to a knowledgeable Christian, right? So I have talked to Christians, but some of them have no knowledge at all.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's true.
So maybe based on that one, I cannot come to the conclusion Christianity is wrong because that person is not knowledgeable. So I need to talk to someone who is knowledgeable. That's why I'm coming again and again to your show. So
I appreciate it.
Who knows something, from him I can get a reasonable answer. So that's why I'm following you. So,
but as you go, just very quickly, as you go, I do want to keep in mind. I do want you to keep in mind that your fundamental argument is yes, it is okay for Jabril here to be given divine attributes that truly belong to Allah, because in the Bible, in some passages, the angel of the Lord is given divine attributes that clearly belong to God. So it's okay. Now, a Christian immediately says that's because when the angel of the Lord is given the divine attributes of God, he really is God. That's not what you can say. You cannot say that. You are left with, yeah, he's given the divine attributes, but somehow it doesn't count, is what you are left with. So keep in mind, it is actually consistent with our theology. We're holding our theology to the standards of Christianity and your theology to the standards of Islam. If we held it to the standards of Christianity, somehow Jabril would be divine here. So just keep that in mind, that when you go, you have to have the same standards. No, we have a coherent theology, and we're okay with a divine being being given divine names. But you agreed that the names were divine and then said, that's okay anyway because you're Trinitarian. Does not transfer. So think about that, please.
Yeah, and my parting comment for you, which applies to this discussion, but generally all the discussions, is that I usually just grant whatever your claim is. Like I say, I don't agree, but I grant your claim, and then I lead you to a contradiction, and then you change your claim. And I just want you to consider how many times you're having to change your claims in these discussions. And that's an indication. And the reason I do it that way is because it's an indication that your theology is not entirely coherent.
No, I think so because the reason I changed state is because I did not understand that one. That's why.
That's fine, right? That statement by itself doesn't mean Islam is false. It means you need to learn, which is why you're here, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, I just because we are going back and forth, so maybe I missed something. That's why I accepted. Okay, I made a mistake.
Yep, that's fine. All right, thank you. I do want to run through the rest of these super chats. You don't have to stick around for that. Uh, I'm just going to run through them fairly quick, make a couple comments, and then we'll be done.
Okay, okay, Thaddeus. Okay, okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Have a nice day. Bye.
You too. So Jack Ray.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa'ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah. Because sadaqah, you can give it just like this, yeah, in 1 second.
All right, Jack Ray says, here's to the weekly fundraiser each Tuesday. Thank you for raising funds for me, Jack. Farmhouse Theology said Islamic hell is an interesting topic. At some point, it is half freezing and half burning. It also contains the tree, which is probably supposed to be the tree of good and evil. Yeah, Islamic hell is definitely an interesting topic. A topic that conveys very well what Faisal had to admit there towards the end, that they impart their theology on the text, because the text most certainly does not justify contemporary, not necessarily traditional, but contemporary. Always, this is what Islam has always taught. Beliefs about hell are not justified by the texts. Anything you want to add, Mary?
Not to that.
All right. Super chat from Farmhouse Theology.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
So Farmhouse says, thanks for your work. Great to expose the late antique literature that forms the Quran. More exposure creates less legitimacy for the immorality that's preached from its pages. And I do believe that this general strategy, a historical critique of Islam, is an effective strategy. I disagree with Jay because I think and Mary likewise, we disagree with Jay because we think that he's espousing some ideas that don't hold up to intellectual scrutiny, which defeats the whole point of having a historical critique of Islam. But I do know that this is a powerful technique. All I have to do is look at the history of Christianity, where there has been a societal decline of Christianity in response to the historical critical critique of Christianity. And that's despite Christianity passing that test, I might add, that we have done the work, we've put in, demonstrated to Christianity to hold up to scrutiny, but the mere fact that it was questioned and things that were revealed that people would have found uncomfortable on the surface, like there being textual variants in the Bible, for example, right? To someone discovering that for the first time, that would certainly be problematic. However, has survived, stood the test of time. Christianity now has the intellectual advantage over these historical critiques and atheism in general. And yet it was still powerful against leading to the decline eventually of Christianity as it filtered down to the common person. I think the same thing will happen for Islam. Prophet Thaddeus here, put on my hat. I think that as the Islamic world at the scholarly level begins to become aware of all these issues and realize that they can't just lie about them, it's going to eventually trickle down and you're going to see a mass exodus from Islam. That's my prediction. Anything you want to add, Mary?
Yeah, I think that there's going to be, and I honestly think that Jay doesn't really care how careful it is. He just wants to get all of this stuff out there because a lot of the stuff that caused people to doubt Christianity in the 19th and early 20th century were stupid critiques. They were
Yeah.
completely idiotic. But I would rather do, and if some professor somewhere is saying this, then he wants Muslims to know it, which has validity. But I think that it's much more useful to go to what's actually true and will stand up to the test of time 20, 30, 40, a century from now, 5 centuries from now. What I'm doing here will still be true because it doesn't rely on the current fad of of a particular academic. I mean, we might discover more things that will clarify more stuff, but there is a value in getting that stuff out. But I would prefer to do things that are more rooted in the actual sources.
Jessica says, "Don't expose your holes." Yeah, a little out of context there, but very funny. Jack said, "Where do you go, Muhammad? Where do you go? I want to know." Oh. I thought it was very funny. Maybe no one else does. I don't know. Super chat from Joshua.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
Makes sense. Maybe Muhammad observed how gnats reproduce because we live based on how animals live. If only Muhammad had observed penguins and learned monogamy. And there are other species besides penguins, but it is rare. Only, I don't know, maybe like 10% of mammals or something are monogamous. So Muhammad was just copying the example of the animals when he allowed for polygamy, I guess.
Actually, I think a lot of insects, other than like bees and other things, end up being monogamous because a lot of them die as soon as they mate.
That's true.
Sometimes the female just eats the male, so they get one shot period. So they're kind of monogamous because they don't have a choice.
By default. But I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure there aren't any animals where females are expected to mate with one male, but a male can mate with as many females as possible. Right?
Well, I mean, there are lions and stuff like that where the lion takes over. Zebras as well usually have only one stud at a time.
Okay, so maybe it exists.
I mean, they're not like, they wouldn't be punished if they ran off and got pregnant, but
yeah, generally when we're talking about animals, it's like, you mate for one season and then you mate with a different partner the next season. It's not like the female, that one male is going around a whole bunch of females or, 4 or less, I should say. Anyway, thank you very much for that donation. Sorry, I have to read that one first from Jack Ray. Did Muhammad ever once say, I don't know, because you're saying like people ask him stupid questions and he just made stuff up. However, John Scott made a very good point. He said yes, when he said he didn't know if he or any other Muslims were going to join. So one question he said he didn't know the answer to.
He also said that he didn't know what would happen tomorrow. He didn't know whether or not he or anyone else was going to go to Jannah. Then later he said he totally knew. But he did say that he didn't know. He also said that he didn't know, goodness, what else did he not know? He didn't know something important that I'm not remembering. Oh yeah, he didn't know what al-ruh was. He didn't know what the spirit was. And and no one knows except for a few, and he apparently isn't one of them. He also didn't know how many sleepers in the cave there were. Some people know it, but Muhammad could not find that out from Allah because Allah decided not to share that with him. So
yeah, but other people say different contradictory things, and Allah knows which one's correct, but he's not going to tell Muhammad. So
yep,
that's just the way it is. That's not any indication that he asked a bunch of people and they gave him different answers and he didn't know which is correct. No, not at all. That can't be it. Joke from Mohid Al-Islam. Arabic is the oldest language in the world, and each word has unlimited meanings.
Yeah, one of the ways that they pretend that Arabic is the oldest language is by saying that Arabic is one language, and then they declare that so all examples of stuff that's currently called Arabic is all that same language, and because some of them diverged so very long ago, that makes it longer than certain others. It makes it the oldest surviving Semitic language because they diverged so long ago. But they're not actually just one language. They're actually several languages. So whenever you talk about Arabic. It's like, which Arabic are you talking about? What are the features of Arabic? That's where there's arguments about what Arabic even is, because that's like, it's like claiming the Spanish, but then putting Italian with it. And you're talking about classical Spanish and saying that like
Oh yeah. So
Italian, like
Spanish is just
20th
Latin,
or
right, Mary?
what?
It's to make it directly relevant. Spanish is Latin. There's no difference
Yeah.
whatsoever, because Spanish derives directly from Latin, so they must be the same thing.
Yeah, but imagine saying that Latin, calling classical Latin a certain dialect of Spanish.
Right, yeah, exactly.
That's actually what it's like, because it's this derived derivative downstream that ends up in the Quran, something that belongs to the Hijazi area mostly, and then some of this northern area. But there were other dialects with other more archaic features or different features that had diverged earlier, and somehow that's still Arabic. It's like the folks who claim that Chinese, the oldest language. Which Chinese, for heaven's sakes? They're not mutually intelligible. They're not one language. It's a language family. And really, Arabic also is a family of languages, and even trying to define it is more problematical than defining. I mean, it would be as problematical as defining Chinese as a language and insisting that includes Cantonese, but then saying that classical Chinese is Mandarin somehow.
Thank you for that. Of course, these definitions are somewhat arbitrary. Language is fluid; it changes over time. It's difficult to say where one language starts and another ends, but that's true of every language, and that's not like some special feature of Arabic. And linguists generally say that Arabic is one of the youngest languages in the world. But the actual joke here is the unlimited meanings, because it just means whatever you want it to mean.
Yep.
As Faisal, to his credit, right, realized at the end there, yeah, we do write our theology into the text. So whatever meaning you need it to have is the meaning it can have. Houston says, so Judgment Day will be like the days of Noah, except instead of a water flood, it'll be a flood of Allah's semen.
Maybe he was actually inspired from that semen story. With hot semen they sinned, and he's like, oh, I heard that. Let's reverse that, make it Allah's semen. That is now the hot semen that repairs things, because yeah. Anyway.
English is even older if you count Hindi as being English.
Yep.
You should also play the video of Nadir. It doesn't say that, David. Now, I mean, what Nadir did was incredibly stupid, right, in that famous debate. But to be clear, he absolutely knew that the Quran did say. It did have the violent verses and whatnot. He was only pretending to not know, and then goes on and makes a point after that. But it was still incredibly stupid and incredibly hilarious. He wasn't actually surprised. And finally, super chat from Joshua.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
Got a double helping of hijab today. We don't get him that often. I mean, you think we get them all the same, but anyway. Anyway, Joshua says, wait, the Talmud has parts? Like Allah? Sadly, these Muslims are exhibiting the Dunning-Kruger effect. Basically, very little skill is made into an expert. Yeah, we got Wad in the chat who thinks he's an expert on Judaism.
He knows what's the Mishnah much better than the rabbis, who themselves are making things up. So the rabbi, and I don't mean making things up in like a negative sense here, but like,
right. Well, they
drawing conclusions.
Shouldn't be made. Yeah, there you go. Right? Drawing conclusions. Yeah.
They were drawing conclusions. They believe these conclusions to be their own conclusions. And Jwad's like, no, that's the Mishnah. They're wrong. They just like received it somehow, or heard it and forgot it. And because we don't have isnad, in reality, what the Talmud is, it's essentially, each section is essentially in two parts. One is labeled Gemara, which is a base text that was finished in like the 1st century AD, which Jesus
Mhm.
calls the traditions of the elders, by the way. And later on, they declared, after the destruction of the temple, the rabbis declared this base text, which is the traditions of the elders according to Jesus, is actually given to Moses at Sinai as verbal only and miraculously preserved by him throughout time, across time, and by all the elders, miraculously preserved and then eventually written down. And then everything else is the commentary of the rabbis about this in their discussions with one another, coming from themselves. And I was citing pieces that absolutely were not this later miraculously elevated text that is actually just the traditions of the elders without attribution, which is what it literally is. It is traditions without isnad. That is what it actually really is, that they attributed to Moses falsely. And then he's trying to falsely attribute the arguments, discussions, expansions of rabbis in their own minds with their own educations to somehow coming from Moses, which is utter and complete nonsense.
And just for clarity here, the parts, right? So that there's a vast body of Jewish literature. The things that Muhammad is copying generally are fanciful stories about what the Bible means. Now, as far as what's considered oral tradition, or I mean, sorry, oral Torah in Judaism, those are laws, right? They're not interpretations. They're not stories about, expansions of the text. They're not tafsir of the text, right?
Some of it with Gemara, some of it actually totally is essentially
Like
the tafsir.
fanciful. I don't even want to call it exegesis, but
Yeah,
fanciful, imaginative expansions of the
a
biblical
lot
text.
less of it is. A lot less of it is. The vast majority of it is concerning how to do things, when to do things, what the most authoritative time is. Like let's say the Gemara said that, oh goodness, I'm not even sure, but give some sort of ruling on something based on interpretations. They'll give the interpretation too, along with a ruling, but then there'll be further elaborations that get farther and farther and farther from the text as you go down, if that makes any sense. So it tends to be the farther you go, the farther away from the Mishnah you go, the more fanciful it is. So then you get the traditions like the Midrash tradition, which is removed completely from Talmud. And Jawad will go, oh, Midrash, it might be from Moses too, even though it's attributed to specific men, not as repeating it from Moses, but that they created this exegesis. It is the exegesis of this particular man because he saw this in the text. And Jawad would go, well, he's just wrong. All the Jews are wrong. Really, this is from Moses, and it was hidden, it was like dropped in his mind somehow, which is just beyond absurdity.
I mean, let's be honest, Mary. Watt is not thinking that. He's thinking, I know a term that refutes them. I will just repeat that term.
He once was told that it could all be oral Torah, and so he will put absolutely everything into that, no matter how ludicrous. That's basically.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't engage with anything you said. He just kept saying, "You're making bad arguments. This is oral Torah," which wasn't even part of your argument, right? You like literally, even if it was part of the oral Torah, that wouldn't have changed your argument in any way, shape, or form. So
Then
it was
I would
just
say
totally
Muhammad
stupid.
is stupid enough to think that this is from Moses, and that like it would still be wrong.
Yeah.
And Muhammad
But
clearly.
I mean, a Jew wouldn't agree, right? A Jew would not, an Orthodox Jew today or in the 4th century or whenever would not agree that this is part of the oral Torah. So he was factually wrong and it was irrelevant.
Yeah.
And he never engaged. He just kept saying the same thing over and over again. because he can't engage because he doesn't actually know anything, right? I mean, yeah, right. Like the vast majority of Jews have never read any substantial portion of the tradition. Like, we really think Wad's read any of it? I mean, of course not. He heard some Muslim apologist say this and he's just repeating it. And that apologist probably didn't read any of it either. They just came up with an ad hoc explanation, a theological explanation that they backfit onto the data.
And that's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of like saying Ibn Kathir is actually quoting Muhammad whenever Ibn Kathir just decides which thing he thinks is correct without citing anyone.
All right, we're going to wrap it up here.
But no.
Yeah. We're going to wrap it up here as give the gospel of Jesus says, like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Yeah, if you haven't liked the video, you forgot to, whatever, please do so on your way out. It'll help the video reach more people. More importantly, though, than that, I would say take the main takeaways from this. I'm not expecting you to memorize the whole thing, but take like some of the major points and start discussions with Muslims you know in real life, because that is ultimately how the gospel is spread. Yes, this channel is mostly watched by Christians, but half of what we do is equipping Christians like you listening to have conversations with Muslims. So it doesn't just stay here ideally, it goes out further. On Friday.
Next time I'll probably do a fun stream because I'm very short on time and won't have time to prepare a lot. So
awesome. So since you said that, I'm going to put you on the record here. You sent me a video of Fareed. What is the strongest proofs of Islam? You want to get to that video?
Yes.
I haven't watched it. I don't know what it is. I might not watch it. The fact that it's Fareed responds is good enough for me, right? I don't have to preview it. That's the strongest proof of Islam. I mean, I've been asking Muslims this question forever. I never get any answers. Let's see what Fareed has. So we'll probably do that next Tuesday. Friday, I'll have my Bible study. I'll see about what I can do this weekend. Until we meet again, God bless everyone. Have an amazing week. Go and serve the Lord.